Basically, I had a dream that I was in my room and I was having sex with a girlfriend. She's always reluctant to have anal sex. Sorry, this is relevant. So she was crawling away on all fours playfully, escaping me, playfully trying to have anal sex with her. Suddenly though, my dream was hijacked. 3 cats appeared in our room and a bunch of objects moved on their own. This is when the dream's vividness and lucidity became enhanced and very raw and unnerving. I pointed to a decoration hanging on the wall and was like, look, it's moving on its own. My girlfriend was then sitting in a chair next to the bed, feeling very uncomfortable, when her pillow on the bed sank like someone placed their head on it. I yelled, look, and as we stared, the rest of her spot on the bed sunk down. We wanted to leave the bedroom, so we opened the door, and right outside our bedroom was my aunt for some reason. Then, the carpet in front of us depressed, like something was standing on it. Then the carpet turned into white linen, raised up and started engulfing my aunt while she cried for help. I wanted to move forward, but my body was paralysed, and it felt like my real body was paralysed for some reason. But when I was paralysed, I was shown just a still vision of my living room window with the blinds up, looking down at my sunny lawn. Then I snapped back to my aunt being sucked down into the linen, and the linen falling to the floor in a pile, while I could still hear my aunt's muffled cries for help. I ran to her and yelled, give her back, let her go. And I reached for the linen and lots of dust particles blew around me. And then my body went paralysed again, and I was shown the same exact still vision of my sunny yard. This time I really struggled to move so I could save my aunt, and then it felt like I was forced or shunted out of my dream. It felt like I was being a nuisance and was ejected from it. So I woke up in a jolt, and it was jarring. When I woke up, it was raining and thundering, which was unsettling. Then, my girlfriend made a noise in her sleep, and it caught my attention, so I was listening closely. Then she screamed some gibberish and woke up frantically. I guess that gibberish was actually, go away, but in Hmong. She's Hmong. She said her dream took place in the same location. First our bedroom, and then our living room. She said that while her dream was going, an entity showed up outside our living room window, the same one that I kept being forced to look at while paralysed. She said it looked like a female body, but it was totally black, like a shadow, and had large butterfly wings. She said it was sort of beautiful in a way, but it was also terrifying because it had red, glowing eyes. After some talking, she said that her dreams started out sexual as well. Then, later in the day, she also told me it was me trying to have anal sex with her. The similarities really made us uncomfortable, and the dream was extremely vivid. She was very shaken up, and we thought it was also strange how we both woke up in the same 30 seconds from similar nightmares regarding evil entities involving the same window in our living room. She often dreams more of a family's house rather than her own. She's really groggy this morning because she was afraid to go to sleep last night because she was so scared. So I don't know if this is paranormal, but there were just so many similarities that we felt it wasn't a coincidence. We've both been on edge since it happened Saturday night. It doesn't help that another storm hit last night, and now we have hail damage to both our cars. Anyways, that's what we're dealing with at the moment, and we're weirded out. My maternal grandmother died in May of 2017, after suffering with heart problems for a year. My family and I visited her at the hospital when she fainted. She never regained consciousness and was on life support to the final day of her life. I don't know her that well, and I wasn't close to her. A few weeks after her death, I dreamt of her and she messaged me in the dream. It was in a language I didn't understand, and the words looked like they were upside down or backwards. I was in a garden and receiving her messages through texts on a large tablet or phone. This was how we last communicated when she was alive. I only ever spoke to her through the phone. In December of 2017, we visited her at a gravesite. We went in the day and noticed a Christmas tree inside the chapel. My mom immediately wanted to buy an ornament for the tree, since you could add the name of the person buried at the cemetery and their birth-death date. However, we had other things to see and do, as my grandmother is buried in a cemetery 3 hours away from our home. We were touring the city she lived in, as my mom lived there as a teenager. We went back at night, close to 9 p.m. My sister drove us there, and there were 8 of us in the car. That day, we met 2 office ladies and spoke to them for a while. It was windy and raining at night, and I remember feeling incredibly freaked out. I didn't want to be there any longer. I saw my mom and sister go into the chapel and put the ornament in the tree. After they came out, the door shut behind them. In the car, we were all freaked out, but figured it was the wind. My mom and sister went to say a last goodbye to my grandmother. She was conversing with them and laughing. She waved her goodbyes and walked away. My mom and sister got in the car, made a comment about the weather, and I asked, why was the office lady there? They turned around to me with shocked looks on their faces and asked me, what office lady? My grandma is around 75 years of age. She lives alone and prefers being a recluse. The house she lives in has been the subject of discussion for many moons. Creepy stories, supernatural stuff, and that sort of stuff have always been exchanged during family gatherings. And my mother and her siblings had tried to get her out of the house and move in with one of us many times, but to no avail. She simply likes to be left alone. So at this point, I'm around 15 years old. My father never let me or my siblings stay away for longer than a day. We saw our grandma at least once a month, because my dad enjoys long drives, but we always return by nightfall. So my grandma always complains that she never gets time with us because all of my other cousins stay with her during summer. So when I turned 15, my dad had an epiphany. He says it would be good for me and my younger sibling to stay with my grandma for a few days. Now the stories we have heard are kind of scary, so my younger sister, who's afraid of the dark, wasn't looking forward to it that much. But I convinced her it was all fake, and that if the house was haunted, my grandma wouldn't have been able to live in that place for so long. She's not completely convinced, but she agrees. On the other hand, I was really looking forward to it. I had all the freedom to call my friends at night, and nobody would say anything. And when it comes to ghosts, I simply didn't believe they existed. I came from a family of strong theists. I believed in a God who would protect me, and that blind belief rendered me oblivious to supernatural demons and whatnot. So my sister and I went to her place. Now, there are 3 bedrooms in the whole house. One is where my grandma sleeps, one is where my grandpa used to sleep, and one is known to be the most haunted room out of all. My grandpa's room had his stuff on the bed, so my choices were to sleep in my grandma's room or the haunted room. I picked the haunted one, easily. Not because I was brave, but because it was private and I could talk to my friends at night. My sister said she would sleep with my grandma. The first day was fine. I didn't get much sleep that night. In fact, I slept early in the morning because it was impossible for me to sleep in that room for whatever reason. Now the thing about that room is the windows are all wooden, so not even a bit of light would get in. The third day, my sister says she's going to start sleeping with me, because my grandma apparently had a creepy habit of walking around the house in the middle of the night. So on the 4th day, my sister and I are together in bed. At around 2, I hear the pendulum clock ringing through the house. I know my grandma is up because I hear shuffling outside the room. My sister is asleep beside me. It was pitch dark in the room and I wasn't particularly afraid. I was just randomly thinking about stuff, about my teenage drama. I'm facing upwards looking into the dark, and one of my hands is hanging out of the bed, above my head. Our bed didn't have a headboard, but had a wood covering on the top and bottom. So I'm in my own head, and my train of thought gets broken by something hitting behind my bed, like somebody knocked on it once. I freeze, and my mind is racing, so I think it was me. My hand is still hanging back. I must have jerked it unconsciously. So I stay like that, aware of my hand still hanging back. My sister is still sleeping beside me. A few seconds later, again a huge knock, this time a bit more loudly and strongly. Now guys, at this point, I'm officially scared. I slowly pull my hands down. It was pitch dark, and I couldn't get a single word out of my mouth to call my sister. I pull my hands down, and I touch my sister's hand, and I squeeze it. And this is no joke. My sister jerks herself away, doesn't even ask me what's wrong, and starts chanting mantras my dad taught us. I join her, and a few seconds later, a lighter knock behind the bed. This time, both of us hear it. We hug each other, too scared to do anything, and continue praying. When dawn broke and my grandma was officially awake, we switched on the light and checked the entire room for rats or holes that could come in. And nothing. There was nothing behind the bed, nor beneath it. My grandma was a clean freak. There will never be a rat in that house anyways. I go back to bed and fall asleep. We don't say anything to anyone. We called our parents to bring us back, but they weren't home, and my dad told us to buck up. We continued to live in that house in that room for a month. In fact, we barely got out of the room. I don't know why. By the end of the month, we got attached to the room in the house. A lot of creepy and scary things followed that week, but Dad said to buck up, so we bucked up. We went back home after a month and told my mom about everything that happened. It was after I left that room in that house that I realised I felt lighter doing so. My aunts, after hearing our stories, screamed at my mom for letting us stay there so long. Apparently, my uncle went crazy in that room. He shut off all the ventilators and made sure no light came in and locked himself in the room for months. My family had to sign him into an asylum. It took years of recovery to get him out of his own head. After that, we never stayed there alone. But that said, my sister and I stopped being afraid of the house after a whole month. When we go back, there's a sort of welcoming vibe. It's like we made peace with the contests of the house, whatever it was. But I'll never forget what happened that month. This story happened in my hometown, when I think I was about 8 to 9 years old. My hometown is very small, though there are multiple neighbourhoods and occasional abandoned house left to rot. At that time, I didn't know much of the town's history, but I knew of an old building that was called the Old Town Name School, by classmates and teachers. Anyway, one day I was walking to school, and since the abandoned building is on my way, I took a glance at it. In one of the windows of the house, I saw a pure white curtain, flapping around because of the wind. Behind the curtain, there were 3 elderly women. They seemed to be having a conversation before looking down from the window at me, making eye contact. I still have a vivid memory of the look on one of the women's faces, a face of confusion. I quickly broke eye contact and continued walking to school. I don't remember what happened that day, except for that strange experience. I don't know what I saw that day, if it really happened, and if I was supposed to see it. For all I know, it could be a dream. The only people I've told about this experience were my mum and my friend. My mum said that I saw ghosts, like a past student of the school, but other than that, she laughed it off. My friend, on the other hand, was creeped out by the story, also telling me that I probably saw ghosts. For extra information, there's no reason for people to be entering the building, and there's no accessible entrance. The area around the building is all covered in weeds, vines, and bushes. All windows and doors are boarded up with wood, and nobody investigates the building's area. I do Civil War reenacting, and I'm often at original forts for this. One I did in February of this year was in Texas and is an original Civil War fort that was also occupied by Buffalo soldiers. This reenactment took place over an incredibly cold weekend, with freezing temperatures and sleet, and was fully immersive. Nothing post-1865 was allowed. We were representing new Confederate recruits, tasked with keeping the fort, and by extension, the frontier safe. We did everything as they would have, from reveal to drill to food, etc. With this, we had guard duty, taking place from 11 to reveal at 6. Each man was assigned a 1-hour time span, during which he had to watch the horses and make sure no one stole them, and spend the rest of the hour awake and aware. We stayed in an original building that had long since fallen down, but provided a place for a fire and at least some shelter from the wind and rain. My watch was at 2, and I quickly checked the horses and hunkered down. About 20 minutes in, I heard some voices in the distance, probably 50 to 100 yards away. But anytime I tried to focus on them, they'd disappear. I questioned it, but largely ignored it. A couple minutes later, I heard someone approaching where I was, it being obvious since the area around the building was stone, and we had hobnails on our shoes, and then heard them step into the room I was in. It had been established earlier that anyone who fell asleep would be punished, and people had already faced corporal punishment for infractions. So I quickly turned to what I expected to be my CO, and no one was there. I left the room and looked around, but could find no one. I went back and waited for my hour to be up, all the while hearing steps and voices again. I got my replacement and went back to sleep. The next morning, I got to talking with others. Without me saying anything, I had someone ask whether I heard voices during the night. As we've discussing this, another fella comes up and tells us, "Did y'all hear anything weird last night?" I had about everyone who was there correlate my experience independently of one another. Everything from voices to footsteps to spurs. This place was isolated, no one else was up, and everyone had nearly the exact same story. I'm not sure what it was, and I've never had a paranormal experience before or since, but it left me rattled. Also, as I mentioned earlier, we were representing Confederate soldiers. The fort had housed Buffalo soldiers, some of which had been murdered while they were there. If any spirit would have a reason to get pissed at us, that would be the one. It was 2010. I was still very young and was scared of the dark and unnatural from an early age, like most people. Yet I was so deeply curious about these things. The house we owned at the time was quite big. Only a singular floor, but it had this really long corridor, maybe 15 meters throughout the entire house. The layout of the house was quite peculiar. The kids' rooms were on one side, and the kitchen and living rooms being in the middle, and my parents' rooms being on the opposite side. One night, as I was drifting off to bed, I felt uneasy going to sleep alone. My parents didn't mind me coming into their room to sleep, as they know how I was in the dark, and just wanted me to get some sleep at night. The procedure of sprinting down the hallway was nothing new to me. It terrified me to primal levels, but I could feel safe after I was snuggled in my parents' bed. My parents' bed was big and comfortable. It was quite high off the ground too, so it wasn't an uncommon place to go during hide and seek. The sound of the carpet while crawling under is forever stuck in my head because of how distinct it is. I laid silently in my parents' bed, content that I was safe. After around 5 minutes of laying in that bed, that sound, it was there. I heard 4 or 5 drags of someone or something quite heavy under there. Then nothing. My siblings were all asleep, and there were no pets in the house. Just my family and whatever was under that bed. I tucked my head under the blankets and silently sobbed, terrified, waiting for the morning to come. I did actually get some sleep, but I'll never forget what I heard that night. This actually happened 4 years ago. So my dad passed away. It was completely sudden, as he seemed healthy. At the time, I was a senior in high school, so I took off some time to calm myself and be with my mom. I'm an only child, by the way. 2-ish weeks after the funeral, my mom and I decided to head out and take a walk. If I remember correctly, it was the first time I got out of the house. I was really depressed due to his passing. So around 12 p.m, I decided that I had enough interaction with the world for the day and told my mom I'll head home first. She gave me her keys, said she'd go to the bakery and come home after. So I reach our house and notice that our outdoor light is on. Well, that wouldn't have been weird if it was on when we left. It wasn't. Not me, nor my mom turned it on. And the switch is inside the house, so no one can turn it on from outside. I mean, it was 12 p.m. We left at 10 p.m. There was no need for this light to be on. Still, I shrug it off and open the door. I had a very weird feeling when I went inside. I can't really explain it, but I just felt anxious about something. Anyway, at first, I didn't notice anything weird around our house until I went to my mom's room. And oh my god, was it a mess? The light was on here as well. I had some books on a chair there, and they were all scattered on the floor. Some travel bags and suitcases that were in the closet were chilling on the floor in front of the bedroom door. The closet was closed. The drawers from my mum's dresser were open, and some of the stuff she kept in there was scattered on the floor. Same picture in my room as well. Cupboards open, books scattered across the floor. Heck, even my mum's pillow was in my room. Some figurines I had on my desk were rearranged, and that's pretty much it. I went to check the living room and saw that only some cupboards were open and some drawers. I was really surprised they were, actually, because someone would need lots of strength to open these specific drawers, and it was almost impossible to open them all the way. They were pretty old and difficult to open, but someone did just that. So, I did what every normal person would do. I stayed there and started to clean up. I checked every inch of the house. Nothing, absolutely nothing was missing. My wallet, some cash my mom had, were there. Our laptops were there. My phone was still charging. Nothing was missing. Even the door outside was locked when I got home. I checked the attic. Nothing. Checked outside. Nothing. No one could have broken into our house, and there were no signs that someone did. I even checked for any hidden cameras. The drawers in the living room gave me hell. I still don't get how someone managed to open them all the way. I managed to clean everything up before my mum arrived, and during all this time I was cleaning, I still had that weird feeling. Now, some people have told me that when someone has recently passed away, you may still feel their presence around you. Well, my dad and mum did not live together, and the feeling I had did not make me feel good, or safe, or any of that. It made me extremely anxious. When my mom came home, I explained what had happened and asked if she had left any lights on or gave anyone the keys to our house. She said she didn't. Even today, I don't know what happened back then. I even thought that an earthquake had happened and I didn't realise. But aside from our bedrooms and those drawers in the living room, the other rooms were perfectly fine. Nothing was out of place. When I was about 5 years old, my parents purchased their first house. It was located about an hour from Los Angeles, at the edge of Ventura County in California. I'd describe the area as a suburban paradise, but it wasn't always paradise living there. There were a few events that stood out to me over the years. I can't say for sure when these happened. Up until recently, I tried to forget about all this, but I can't. So here it is. The first event I can remember, I remember specifically it was Christmas Eve. I was at an age where there was still a magical feeling about the holiday. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, feeling very excited. I knew I couldn't open the presents under the tree yet, so I meant to just go and have a look on what was to come. I remember getting out of bed and looking down the hallway that led to the living room. where the tree was located. You couldn't see the tree from the hallway. It was more to the left than I could see from there, but you could see where the dining room table was, and in one of their chairs was a dark figure. I remember it was very tall. I couldn't make out any features really. It was oddly human shaped, but I couldn't make out legs or arms, just what happened to be a head and 4 red glowing eyes. From years of trying to block this memory, I can't remember if it was 4 eyes on one head or 2 separate heads with 2 eyes on each, but I remember there being 4 eyes, seemingly looking directly at me. When I saw this, I darted directly into my parents' room across the hall and woke them. I explained what I saw quietly, as I didn't want the entity to hear me, but my parents, half asleep, assured me it was a dream. I knew this wasn't true, and that they weren't going to do anything, so I got on the ground and started crawling back to my room. I remember pausing in the hallway and looking back where the figure stood, and there was nothing. It was gone. I didn't dare to investigate further, and I've never seen this since. Throughout the years, not much happened. Sometimes it sounded like someone called your name, but when you asked everyone else in the house, they said they didn't do it. Seemed to happen often, and to mostly my mom. I never thought much of it. This was about it for years and years. Later I learned that my father had an experience. He said he woke up in the night for a glass of water and started out in the hallway and witnessed a see-through figure. He simply said it was a large figure that you could see through, like a mist. He said he shrugged it off as a dream later, but in the moment, it freaked him out. Years later, actually about 2 years ago, the activity definitely escalated. At the time, I adopted a new hobby and would work at it in the garage late at night. Every time I worked there, it felt like something was watching me. I was constantly looking over my shoulder. I never actually saw or heard anything, but somehow I really felt like something was there. The house creaks a lot. I always had, but it seemed to be doing it way more than normal at the time. It only added to my paranoia. Oftentimes, I see shadows in my peripheral vision, especially looking down the hallway at night. I remember one time I was sitting on the couch in the living room, laying down, looking at my phone, and I saw a shadow in the shape of a hand reaching toward me through the corner of my eye. And when I looked directly at it, it slowly slithered away. It seemed so surreal that I didn't even know what to think or how to react. I kind of just sat there stunned. I couldn't stop thinking about the possibility of an entity being in the house. It consumed me. As things got worse, one night, I was looking down at the trash in a wastebasket in the bathroom, and it was moving in an odd fashion. When I noticed this, I went straight to bed to sleep. But when I got there, I heard heavy breathing right next to me. I shut my eyes tight, didn't dare open them. I felt frozen in fear. This lasted about a full minute. When I opened my eyes and looked, there was nothing there. Things seemed to fall all the time with no explanation. I would say a few months of this fear went by without taking action. One of my friends had mentioned in the past that he heard strange noises at night. He then soon became really religious and never spoke of it again. I asked him what happened, and he said Jesus made it better. I decided I'd join the church and get help with my problem. I spoke to a pastor about what was going on, and he instructed me on blessing the house with anointed oil. He blessed some oil and gave me a prayer, and I went to work. I was instructed to pray over the house and go over all the windows and doors with the oil while painting. At first, this didn't seem to work. I was told it may take a few times. I would bless the house once a week at first, but things seemingly got worse. I was instructed to say, "In the name of Jesus, leave this place," every time I thought something was going on. One time, I saw a strange light dancing around in the living room. At first, looking for a reasonable explanation. Passing cars? No, couldn't be. It was too constant. So I said, "Be gone in the name of Jesus," and it stopped. But in that exact moment, I heard a noise, like something fell. I shrugged it off. The next day, we found out the fridge's water filtration system broke and was leaking everywhere. Soon after, I heard a scratching noise in the wall, and I was overcome with fear. So I said it again, "Begone in the name of Jesus," and again it immediately stopped. The next day, we found out the bathroom lights no longer worked, as well as the hallway lights. Later we had the electrician test it, and they said a line must have been cut for that part. Must have been a rat. I thought that was odd. Then my dreams started being affected. One night, I had a dream that the devil was speaking to me through a hole in the ground in the ruins where my house once stood. He was trying to convince me to stop following Jesus, and oddly enough, my dream was being convicted. Sometimes I'd be awakened to animal noises. It usually sounded like a growling dog. I had a cat in the house, but he never made a sound like that, and it sounded close by, as if in the other room, not outside. My mother told me one night she was half asleep and opened her eyes to see a large dark figure. The next day, she asked me if I went into her room. She thought it was me. It wasn't. She said the more she looked at it, the more it faded, and eventually you wouldn't see it. Another night I was awoken to very, very loud screeching. This time it was too loud for me to ignore. I rushed out of bed to investigate. Of course, there was nothing. I woke up everyone and asked if they heard it. Of course, no. But as far as reasonable explanations go for that one, I remember seeing multiple owls in the backyard when I took out the trash early that night, and it did sound like an owl screech. It was just unreasonably loud. The last time I remember having anything strange is I was having a haunted house dream, and in the dream there was activity, and once more I said it, "Begone in the name of Jesus." And the dream ended, and I woke up to hear a strange whimpering noise, like a whimpering dog. Again, something I doubt my cat would do. After that, I blessed the house every day for a while, and eventually my fear faded, and there was never anything again, suggesting there was anything out of the ordinary. Flash forward a few years, and nothing happened. But I was looking through my Facebook archived messages. There were a bunch of messages I never saw somehow. Most interestingly, there was a guy who messaged me claiming he used to live in that house. I thought that was really odd at first. How could he know I lived there? Well, I googled my address and my family's name came up. That settled that. So I responded to him. In his original message, he was asking if I noticed anything about the house, or if it was all his crazy family. This message was sitting in my inbox for years, it seemed. I thought if I responded now, there was no way I'd get a response. I did. He basically confirmed my suspicion. He said his family was the first family in that house after it was built, and there was strange activity even back then. He told me his brother once saw a woman in the closet. Sometimes they'd hear talking with no explanation. And it wasn't just them. Apparently neighbours had stories too. It's a town with Native American history. My only explanation at this point is when they were building, they didn't realise something must have been nearby. There's a park nearby too, that's rumoured to be haunted. This just happened. I'm wide awake and a bit freaked out. Just to preface this, I'm staying in Vegas at a popular downtown hotel. So basically, I don't know if I was dreaming or not. I'm pretty sure I was, because after this, I felt like I woke up. I was laying in bed, and it sounded like someone was using the bathroom, and I heard the door close and loud footsteps walking towards the foot of the bed. Then, it feels like someone is climbing into the bed onto me, and my head starts feeling very strange. I don't know how to describe it, but I got the feeling it was trying to enter me. I don't know if it was the feeling I got, but whatever it was on top of my chest. I was struggling and couldn't speak fully. I was trying desperately to wake up my wife. I could still use my right arm, which I could use to nudge her, but she didn't wake up. During this, I'm trying to speak, but I can't speak fully. It was like I could mumble a word out here and there, but it was a fight. When I would look where it would be on top of me, there was nothing there but the blankets were like up, as if they were up and over it, but the entity didn't reveal itself. I'm not sure how it concluded. Like I said, it felt like I woke up. There are details about the room during the event that makes me think it was a dream. I think things are different, but I don't know if this was a separate dream or not. Before coming here, I was reading reviews about this hotel, and a woman had a similar experience. It sounded like she was sure it really happened though. But after reading, I rebooked my room in a different tower, than the one mentioned in the review. So yeah, I've never in my life had sleep paralysis. The more I think about it, the more it sounds like sleep paralysis. But this is weird for sure. My wife just woke up saying she had a dream we were running and something was chasing us but couldn't see it. But earlier, and said I was just laying there. I don't know what to think right now. I'm supposed to be here 2 more nights and we're considering leaving, but we think we're going to give it another night. The family that lived in my childhood home, prior to us, had a boy named Jack. Jack grew up to be a sergeant in the US Army and fought in the Korean War, where he was killed in action. My siblings and I were adopted from Korea and grew up in this house, knowing that a boy who lived here before us had died fighting for our countries. Our main source of information was our elderly neighbour lady, so we all really knew that his name was Jack, and that his plane had supposedly been shot down over Busan. In 1999, my little brother was adopted. His name is John, but we all call him Jack. Though I often thought he was named after Jack in the house, my parents both denied this to be the case. At some point in the early 2000s, the surviving members of the previous family were in town and stopped by our house. They were curious about how it looked and wanted to reminisce about their childhood memories. They were introduced to us kids, and my brother Jack. They commented that it was sort of neat that there was another Jack in the house, and my parents clarified that his name is technically John. We learned then that the previous Jack had also been a John. He and my brother also share a middle name, though with different spellings. Weird coincidence, right? Well, the coincidences don't stop there. My brother's bedroom had also been late Jack's room, contrary to what my family had always believed. My Busan-born brother's room was decorated in an airplane theme at the time, adding a cherry on top to the whole bizarre coincidence Sunday. At least if you recall what we were told by the neighbour lady regarding Jack's alleged death. Recently, I did some digging, and I've come to discover that, based upon Jack's division in the army, he wouldn't have likely been flying planes at all. In fact, his date of death and the time frame suggested by the division movements places him probably around the Busan perimeter, but not perhaps within Busan proper. Even without that perfect level of synchronicity, we're still left with the odd happenstance of my brother sharing the same first and middle names and bedroom with a man who grew up in this house before us. For more of a speculative paranormal edition, my brother grew up having night terrors, and by his teenage years, he ceased to sleep in his bedroom entirely. He set up shop in the spare room in the basement. He was very tight-lipped about anything that may or may not have occurred in the house. He is terrified of ghosts and the supernatural. He hates to stay at the house alone, and he and my dad both claim to have heard laughter and conversation coming from the room where the previous family used to listen to the radio together. My dad finds this faint chatter comforting and kind of neat. My brother feels, essentially, the exact opposite. I've not really encountered anything, but I really just was prompted to write all this because I came home after a few days out and my brother's bedroom light was on. My dad never comes upstairs, and when I asked him about it, he actually immediately suggested I had left it on or someone had broken in. When I left the house last week, I had to use my phone's flashlight to navigate because I left so early in the morning that it was still dark out. This also isn't the first time I've come home to find his bedroom light on. I'm trying to tell myself maybe it's a wiring problem, but I'm not going to pretend I don't have an absolute heart attack when I see it, when I know that no one has been in there in days, or even weeks. I was in high school when this happened, and I've never had another experience like it. It was the most vivid dream I've ever had. Also, the only dream where my perspective was above the scene rather than in it. I was in a house, and it was very dark. I didn't have a body, but it didn't seem odd to me. I didn't recognize the house and had never been there before. I was in the living room looking around. Wooden floors, red drapes, fireplace, doorway to the left. All the lights were off, but I could still see inside from street lamps outside. I noticed there was a body of an old man hanging from the ceiling from a cord. He was clearly deceased. I had never seen this man before. I was staring at him and didn't notice anyone entering the room. A grown man screamed, "Dad!" and it startled me. So much so that I snapped awake. It felt so real. It was like the scream was right next to me. My ears were still ringing from the noise. I walked around the house to see if anyone was awake. Maybe the noise was my family or a TV or something, but only my mum was awake. It was really late, like maybe 3 or 4 in the morning. She groggily looked at me and asked what I was doing. I asked if she heard a noise and she said no, looking confused. I tried to brush it off, but I had a really bad feeling about my grandfather. I decided I would call my dad the next day, just to be sure. I came home from school and called him first thing. He said he was fine, and I asked about my grandfather. He said my grandfather was fine too, and I sighed in relief. He said it was funny, I asked, because my grandfather's friend committed suicide that night and was found by his son in the living room. I was speechless. I didn't say anything about the dream, because my dad is very judgy and skeptical. The whole dream aside, I thought it was so strange, because I'm not close with his side of the family at all, and had never met that man before. I don't know why I would have travelled there. When I was a kid, growing up in rural South Carolina, I lived in a very broken home. My grandfather raised me until I was old enough to start school, and then I went to live with my parents and brother, who was a year older. My dad was a truck driver, and my mom worked at the local truck shop. My parents were very abusive to each other, and to my brother and I. My mom was extra mean towards me. Anyways, there was this figure that stayed around the house that in the past year I've learned is the entity described as the Hat Man. The Hat Man would make itself seen during all hours of the day and night, both in the home and around the property. Everyone who spent any time around the home had seen it. One night, when my mother and her co-worker friend got off work, they decided to grab some food and hang out at the house. Mom's friend had her boyfriend tag along with them. The boyfriend saw the entity in the house, and it scared him so bad, he ran out and refused to enter the house again. At one point, my parents had a preacher come pray over the property, even though they weren't religious people. Nothing changed. The strange thing is that I was never afraid of the entity. I actually found comfort in knowing it was around, and would get slightly excited when I would see it. My home life was really bad at that time. My parents beat each other routinely, and when they got along, they'd be violent to my brother and I. Looking back, I wonder if things being so terrible was the reason I wasn't afraid. Figured it couldn't be much worse than my reality. We continued to see this entity until a few things happened, and they happened quickly, so I'm not sure what the break was. We moved into another home across town, about the time we got moved in. My father got a DUI, resulting in him losing his truck driver's license and needing to change his life in a hurry to keep from losing everything. Right after he got his DUI, he and my mother went to church and changed their lives forever. They never went back to that old lifestyle, and Dad eventually became a preacher years later. I never saw the entity again after the move. So I just thought I'd share what happened over the weekend. Saturday night, I was watching my son, who is non-verbal autistic and has severe OCD related to his autism. He's 8 years old and very much a challenge every day. His mother had to work inventory at her job, which left her working that night, which isn't common. Anyways, I'm laying in bed with my son huddled up close behind me, in the dark, with a lot of things going on in my mind. Most prominently in my thoughts are memories of my grandfather, who I lived with as a child and raised me until I started school. After I started school, I went to live with my parents, but would still stay with my grandpa every weekend. My grandfather passed away when I was 19 years old in a workplace accident at the age of 76. My grandfather used to tell me, "One day, I'm going to tell you how you saved my life." And I just laugh it off, as the idea of me saving his life wasn't plausible to me. He was a mountain of a man who had served in the US Navy in World War II as an underwater demolitions team member. He had stories that Hollywood movies are made of from his time in the war. He was a rough and tumble guy after he got out of the military, and even served time in prison for safecracking back in the 50s. He didn't settle down really until I was born, and 7 days after my birth I went to live with him, and he raised me in a home in the woods at the end of a mile-long dirt road. He was my hero, so to think I had ever saved his life was beyond comprehension. Fast forward to current times, and me raising my mentally disabled son. I struggle a lot. A lot of the time when I'm struggling with my son, I reflect on when my grandfather was raising me. I wasn't mentally disabled, but I was a challenge looking back. Some days I get beaten down and downtrodden and just want to check out for good. The only thing that has kept me around on some of the hardest days is knowing my son will need me in the future. As I laid in bed thinking about all of this, my son got up and went to turn the hallway light on, as he doesn't like to sleep in absolute darkness. He got back in bed and huddled up close beside me, and I thought, maybe that's it. Maybe that's how I saved my grandfather's life that he never got to explain to me. Maybe he, too, at one point, was at the end of his rope, and it was me that gave him the will to hang around. At that point, the closest to the bedroom door closed, as if it was pushed shut by someone. Freaked the hell out of me, pending the weight of all that was on my mind when it happened. I jumped up and searched for anything that could have caused it. It wasn't a soft closure. It was as if someone pushed the door closed. Not slammed or angrily closed, but steady and purposefully. Anyways, it took me about 30 minutes to chill out, including crying. Not sure if he was sending a sign from beyond the grave or what, but it definitely freaked me out. I'm a fairly accident-prone person. I'm so bad that I've broken my toes so often that I can't tell from the pain if it's broken or not. I'm so bad that on a football field of pavement in a parkway, there was a patch of ice that was no bigger than a softball that I somehow managed to slip on and sprain my ankle. So this story about what happened to me was a true event and shouldn't surprise anyone really about my almost death. It's actually kind of funny now, but it was so unfunny then. In Canada, there's a popular tourist spot that's on the border of Canada and the US called Niagara Falls. It's got beautiful waterfalls, plenty of gift shops, hotels, motels, and other activities. One summer, my mum and I went to stay there for a weekend as a vacation. Now, we were pretty poor. Like, this was the first time we could afford a cheap hotel, gas, food, and some touristy stuff, all while being able to afford bills and food. So my mum looked up the cheapest hotels and resorts, restaurants, etc., and planned around that. She found a 2-bed hotel with a small bathroom and a mini fridge for $100 a night, so she took it. When we got there, the clerk was nice, and when my mum and I were walking to our room, I saw 2 pools. An outdoor pool with around 10 dirty, originally white plastic lounge chairs and tables with faded umbrellas around them. The water was filthy, so I immediately decided against that. After my mum and I settled into the room, I told my mum I wanted to go into the indoor pool. It was in a separate building, with one set of white doors, the walls all windows, and about 15 fabric lounge chairs. The water was clean, but no one else was there. No lifeguards, no other guests, no one. So, I changed into my swimsuit and jogged over to it. I put my towel and clothes down, then got into the pool. At 12 years old, I was about 5 feet tall, so I could touch the bottom of most pools. Most pools are very strict, I guess. They usually go on a very slow slope from the shallow to the deep end, just so you know where you're going. However, this pool didn't. This pool dropped immediately to the deep end with no slope or warning. Well, now might be a good time to tell you all that even today, at almost 21 years of age, I can't swim. I like to float around, relax, hang out in pools, and as a kid, I liked to see how far I could go without going too deep. I was doing this when I found out that there was a drop. I took a huge gasp of surprise which filled my lungs with water. I flailed around, trying my best to get to the ledge, still breathing in the water. I screamed for someone to come save me, anyone. I remember seeing a young man who I'd guess was 20 at max across the building from the open door. I saw him look in my direction and walked off. It was at this moment I had resigned myself to dying in that pool. I was sad that my mom would most likely be the one to find me. I was scared about what impact it would have on her, and I was worried about what dying would feel like. I was getting tired from the struggle when I felt 2 large hands on my back and butt pushing me to the ledge. I pulled myself out weakly, the hands still helping me out. The hands rubbed my and paid my back as I coughed up the water and tried to get my breath. I looked back to thank whoever was helping me, but there was no one. The hands were only really visible from the effect that they had on me, my coughing and the indentation of them. I laid there for a minute, then whispered a thank you to whoever or whatever saved my life that day. Got up, grabbed my stuff, and weakly wobbled over to our hotel room. It's been 8 years since that day. I still don't know how to swim, but I've definitely learned a few things from that experience. First of all, if a place where you could get hurt looks suspicious, get the hell out of there. Second, there's a difference between cheap and inexpensive hotels. People die in cheap hotels. My grandmother passed away in September. She was a great lady, and saying she helped raise me is an understatement. When she passed, I inherited her favourite sewing machine. She was a tailor and seamstress her whole life, and it was one of her favourite possessions. It needs some TLC, but it's a very cool 1930s model Singer in a beautiful cabinet. I ended up putting it in my living room, and a small urn containing some of her ashes is on top. I've had many friends talk about seeing or being visited by dead relatives in dreams or whatnot, if they were particularly close in life. I don't generally believe in that, but was secretly hoping I'd hear something from her after she passed. Never happened, so I kind of forgot about it and moved on. So 3 or 4 weeks ago, My significant other and I were talking while I'm cleaning the living room. The convo was pretty standard. I think we were trying to decide on takeout for dinner. I walked over to dust the sewing machine and was hit with what I can only describe as a wall of scent. It was overpowering and exactly how I remembered my grandmother and her house smelling my entire life. It only lasted a few seconds, but it stopped me cold. It was so strong, it was like she was standing right next to me. The sewing machine was in her house her whole life, but it's been in mine since September, and I've been cleaning it regularly. It doesn't smell like her or her house anymore, and I haven't smelled that scent again since. I'm not sure what caused it, but I like to think it was her telling me that she was at peace or just saying hi. Either way, and it may sound odd, but I miss the way her house smelled, and I'm grateful I got to experience it one more time. This house was the house that my mom grew up in. The woman who raised her owned it, and she ended up renting it from her when I was 8. We lived there until just before my 10th birthday. The first thing happened days after we moved in. We had a beautiful Persian cat that was given to us from a friend. This cat's name was Kiki. He was an extremely obedient cat. He didn't like being on the furniture and absolutely hated being outside. We had him at the house for about 3 days before we never saw him again. We searched the house top to bottom. We looked in every single room, cabinet, under every piece of furniture. We looked outside in bushes, trees. We scanned the alley behind the house and kept an eye on the road in front of the house for his body. He was just gone. There could be logical explanations for that though. About a week after living in the house, I started hearing things while I lied in bed. My brother and I had rooms on the 2nd floor, while my mom and her boyfriends were on the 1st floor. Every night as I tried to fall asleep, I could hear someone walking up the stairs. Sometimes it sounded like running. Sometimes it sounded like 2 people coming up to them. I also would hear the floorboards of the hallway creak as if someone were pacing across them. I always left my bedroom door open at night because I was afraid to close it. I could see the hallway from my bed. I would hear these footsteps, but never see anyone come into the hallway from the stairs. There was just never anyone there. The school that I went to was across the street from the house. When I was in 2nd grade, I came home and noticed that I didn't see my mum's car in the driveway. Obviously, that meant that she wasn't home. I walked into the house and called for her a few times anyway. Nothing. As I made my way through the house, I started to hear her voice. It sounded like she was having a phone conversation. It was coming from the basement. I called for her once more before making my way to the basement. The moment I placed my foot on the top stair, the talking stopped. I was scared, but I still went down to see if she was there. She wasn't. There was no one in the house. I was the only one there. I ran up those stairs as fast as I could, straight out the front door. I waited on the front lawn for my mom to get home. She showed up about 15 minutes later and asked why I was sitting on the lawn with my jacket and backpack still on. I gave her an excuse. I didn't tell her what happened because I didn't think she'd believe me. I never felt alone in any part of that house, but the basement felt 10 times worse. It was a large basement with 2 large rooms. The first was panelled and carpeted. It had a very small closet-like room in it that was lined with shelves. The second room was the laundry room. It was large, just cement and rock. In the finished room, we had a TV and futon, and my mom's boyfriend weights and workout equipment as well as his guitar collection, all down there. The second summer that we were there, he had bought a new guitar at a yard sale. He was hella geeked about it and brought it into the basement as soon as he got home. He set it on a stand in the centre of the room and went upstairs to call a friend. About 15 minutes later, we smelled smoke and noticed it came from the basement. He ran down there and his new guitar was on fire. It was burning from the headstock and top of the neck. He put the fire out and looked for a source. There wasn't one. The guitar wasn't plugged into any amp and was not near any walls with outlets, as it was in the centre of the room. He assessed the damage and the guitar was ruined. The fire burned so hot that it burned through every cord, and the headstock was nearly charred. The last thing that happened in that house was the absolute worst. It was the same summer as the guitar fire. My cousin came over to spend the night. She never slept over before, so we were super excited. It was when we went to bed that all hell broke loose. I had 2 single beds in my room in case I ever had someone over. I was already asleep in my bed when I woke up to the most blood-curdling scream that I've ever heard in my life. I sat up and looked at her, and she was crying and screaming, "Oh my God, did you see it? Did you see it? What was that? Oh my God!" I was sleeping, so I didn't see anything. All I could say was, "What?" My mom and her boyfriend came running up the stairs into my room and asked what was going on. My cousin was fucking hysterical. She was so scared that she couldn't move. My mom's boyfriend had to carry her downstairs. The whole time, I could just hear her crying and saying, "What was that? Did you see it?" I was stunned and in complete horror. I just sat in my bed, too afraid to move. After about an hour, my mom came up and told me that my cousin was going home. I asked my mom what happened, and she told me that everything was okay and not to worry about it. About a week later, I asked my mom about it again, and what she told me chilled me to my bones. She told me that my cousin told her that she heard someone coming up the stairs, and when they reached the top, it was just a big black thing, like a cloud almost, and that when it got into the centre of the hallway, it grew and filled the hallway and blocked out the light. I just looked at my mom. I was so scared that I didn't have any words. She asked me if I had ever seen anything like that in the house. I never saw that, but I did tell her about the footsteps. To this day, I've never spoken to my cousin about it. She's never brought it up, and I'm too afraid to ask her about it. We moved out that autumn. Years later, I brought it all up to my mom and told her everything that I experienced while living there. I was nervous, but I just wanted to tell someone. She surprised me by telling me that she experienced the same things, and some even worse, when she lived there as a kid. She told me she once rolled a ball into the small with the jarred pickled shit in it. She said that the ball stopped in the centre of that room and that all of the jars shattered. They sat on the shelves. She also told me that the neighbours would often call the police and tell them that my uncle, who was a child at the time, was on the roof running around in his underwear. When the police got there, there was never anyone on the roof. Sometimes this would happen when no one was even home. She said this was a constant thing. All I know is that whatever lives in that house never felt like a human spirit. It didn't feel like an animal. It didn't feel natural. It felt menacing. When I was 15, I lived in a nursing home. My mom worked there. At the time, we were living in an already haunted home that was falling apart. We had to move out fast, and my mom was close with the owner of the facility that she worked at. The owner knew about our situation and offered for us to stay at the facility. There was an entire wing of rooms that had not been used in years. It was kept clean, but no one stayed in it. The owner of the facility told my mom that we could have the last 2 rooms at the end of the hallway, across from each other. The doors to the wing were big, heavy ones that were really loud when they were being used. The staff and residents didn't use this wing because there was nothing in there for anyone. It was just rooms with beds. Things were fine for a while. The only thing that I felt for the first few months there was that our wing never felt empty. The walk down to our rooms felt creepy. It just felt like there were people looking at you. The first small thing that happened was one night, my little sister and I were goofing off with my mom's phone while she was working. We were recording ourselves talking in silly voices and making silly sounds. At one point, I had the phone recording, but my sister and I were silent. We didn't know what to do or say anymore. So, I stopped recording. The next day, we went through all of the recordings so we could hear how funny we sounded. I forgot about the last recording having no sound, and I played it. It was silent for a second, and then we heard a sound that was like someone drawing in a deep breath. We were shocked and really scared. The next thing that happened really scared me. It was nighttime and my mom was working. My sister was across the hall sleeping, and I was watching TV. It was a normal night, nothing out of the ordinary, when all of a sudden, the door to the room I was in started getting pounded on so heavily, it sounded like the door was going to bust down. I was startled and said, "Hello?" No one answered. As the pounding was going on, the door handle started shaking like someone was trying to get in. Mind you, I always left the door unlocked in case my sister woke up and needed me for anything. The pounding on the door was so violent and loud, I was afraid I was going to wake my sister across the hall. As it got louder and harder, I got scared, so I went and hid in the bathroom that was in the room. While I was in there listening to the ruckus, I thought, wait, if someone came into the wing, I would have heard the doors open and latch shut. I knew then there was no way there was an actual person banging on the door like that. It went on for about 5 minutes, and then it stopped abruptly. I was shaken, but went out into the hallway to see if there were dents in the door. There weren't, and there was no one out there either. I went in to check on my sister, and she was sound asleep. I went out and asked the staff if they had heard anything coming from our wing, and they said they hadn't. I even asked if a resident had somehow gotten into our wing, and they told me that everyone was in bed and accounted for. Nothing ever happened again while we lived there, luckily. On 4 separate occasions, myself and 3 other people have seen an entity in my apartment, of which 2 who saw it at my apartment describe as an older man in his 40s or 50s. The first time I was having a video call with someone while I was eating pizza in my kitchen. A few moments after I left the kitchen, my friend asked if I was going to share any with my roommate. I live alone. They described it as a black shadow in the background, and they didn't think much of it as much as just someone walking by. The second time, a girlfriend of mine claimed she could communicate with spirits. So I asked her to, and basically the conversation was very short, but it went along the lines of this. Her, are you there? Spirit, I'm here. Does he know about you? Yeah. Okay, bye. She got spooked, I guess, and cut it short. As we were leaving, she said he was staring at us from my porch. An older man. Third time, I had a friend over who said they were sensitive to spirit's energy and could communicate. The second we walked in my apartment, she felt the energy and said he was harmless, but just lonely. She felt him in the kitchen, and when we were leaving, she said he was watching from the porch. I never mentioned another encounter to her before this. The fourth time, I was live streaming on Twitch. I wish I saved this clip because I looked at the corner of my screen and someone walked past behind me, coming from my kitchen to my porch. Looked like a black shadow, kind of. So today, I talked to a medium. Now, before I say what she said to me about the spirit, I never gave her any details on my experiences with this spirit. I never told her any of the other encounters other people have had. She claims it was a middle-aged man named Joe. He died of a heart attack sometime in the 90s. At first I was like, okay, sure. But then she said a couple of things that caught my attention. She said that he likes my pets, which is funny because I swear I always see my cat looking up at someone. But I mean, it could just be my mind running with the thought. But sometimes I swear the cat is looking at someone. Another thing that was mentioned, he liked my guitar. He had one like it. My guitar is a 90s Peavey, which would make sense if he had supposedly died sometime in the 90s. The other thing, and she said that he said this with a smile, is that he likes pizza. This is what really caught my attention. The first encounter I had with him, he was behind me in the kitchen while I was eating pizza and video chatting with a friend. I asked her what he didn't like that I did, and she goes, he doesn't like it when you play loud music. I play in a rock band, and we used to practice in my spare room. Needless to say, it got pretty loud there. She says he's a good spirit, enjoys when I have company over, and just that he likes to make his presence known. Tonight when I got home, I went into my bedroom to lay down, and I felt a sudden rush of energy and emotion as I sat in my bed and my lights started flickering in my room for a second. I think it was the spirit. Honestly, I'm not sure what to make of any of this, but I wanted to share this in a group of like-minded folks. I'd like to establish a direct communication with this spirit and learn more about it and who it was as a human. I have a couple ghost apps on my phone, but they seem really gimmicky. I was thinking of trying a Ouija board, but that seems like it could be a whole other story. Anyone have any suggestions on how I could possibly form a better connection with the spirits I'm sharing an apartment with? Or any thoughts at all on this? She said his name was Joseph Swanson and likes to be called Joe. I don't know how long my landlord has owned this building, but I'm going to try to find out anything I can, if that person even exists. This happened about 8 years ago, and I've never told this story in its entirety. I was hanging out with one of my female friends one night, and we decided to go for a walk to a nearby park. We had a bottle of spiced rum that we planned on drinking once we got there, but we ended up having some on the way. The walk to the park was about 2 or 3 miles from where we started, and it took us a little over half an hour to get there. It was around 7 p.m. early fall in Minnesota, so it had just started getting dark when we got to the park. We're talking and drinking and messing around on the park equipment for a little while, before we decide to go sit on one of the benches they have there. It's getting a little later at this point and a bit cold when the sun is setting, so we just huddled up on the bench and continued drinking and talking for another good hour. The sun finally sets and we're just having a casual conversation about God knows what, when we start hearing a low hum. Neither of us thought too much about it, thinking it's just construction or traffic or whatever, seeing as we're in a public park in a very populated part of town, with houses within throwing distance in any direction. We ignored it and continued our conversation as it got darker. We didn't really have a plan for what we were doing after, opting to just see where the night takes us. Here's where it gets weird. As we were just chilling on the bench, we were facing an open baseball field with minimal fencing. It's dark by now, and as we're talking, we start hearing the low hum again, but this time it's louder, and we can kinda hear which direction it's coming from. We both stop and look across the field and see what looks to be a shadow We sit there and watch it for a second as it kind of sways, thinking maybe it's just a person. About 30 seconds pass and this thing starts getting larger and closer. We're freaking out now because this black mass is probably about 12 feet tall and maybe 6 feet across, coming towards us. It gets maybe within 20 yards of us and then nothing. I had blacked out, waking up the next morning on the porch of my mother's house about a mile away from where we were. I had a terrible headache, although that might have just been from the rum. My mom is freaking out, asking why I have cuts and bruises everywhere, thinking I got into a fight or something. I told her I had no idea. I sat there for a couple hours trying to recollect my night, trying to figure out what had happened. Then I got a call from the friend I was with. She's in the hospital with a broken wrist and a few scrapes. She asked me what happened, and I didn't have an answer. She told me she didn't remember anything after the low hum and woke up in the hospital. To this day, I have no idea what actually happened that night. I've since lost contact with the friend I was with, but last time I talked to her, she had no more answers than me. I would love to know if anyone has had anything similar happen to them. Halloween is near, and here I am to boost the hype up for you guys. So all the horror movie fans out there, most of you might be familiar with the 2005 horror movie, The Exorcism of Emily Rose. But did you know that the movie is based on a true event that took place in 1975 in West Germany? The event is so shocking, a couple of sleepless nights are guaranteed. The incident is about a girl named Annelise Michelle. Born in 1952 in West Germany's Klingenberg. As a child, she was said to be brought up as a very religious girl by her Catholic parents. She was termed as a very bright young girl. Everything was okay until 1968, when the 16-year-old experienced her first epileptic seizure and experienced paranormal presence for the first time. Over the next 4 years, she experienced 3 more seizures, even after doctors examined her and found nothing severe to describe her condition. She was prescribed some medications, but that did little to no good to her. By 1973, Annelise was already suffering from depression, but things got worse after that. She started hallucinating demon faces and hearing voices during praying that told her she was damned to rot in hell. She also complained about smelling feces and burnt objects which weren't there. Other persons would also state that they smelt the same smell too. She also exhibited intolerance to holy objects such as crucifixes, Bibles, holy water, and so on. She was unable to visit the church. It was reported that once, as she was walking towards a holy shrine, she felt the ground burning her feet as she walked. By this time, Annelise was convinced she was possessed and blamed her mother for it, because her mother had a child before marriage, and Annelise believed the curse for her infidelity passed onto her. Her parents by this time were also convinced she was possessed and contacted the local priest for an exorcism request, which was denied the first time. In the meantime, she started showcasing even stranger behaviour, such as hurting herself and her family, and also started consuming spiders, flies, and worst of all, her own urine. She also showcased inhumane strength, and is reported that she could throw her sister around the room as if she was nothing more than a rag doll. It's also rumoured that she once bit the head off a bird and ate it. She became even more sick considering the stuff she did, and blamed herself for all of it, stating this was all because of her past wrongdoings. The bishop in 1975 finally granted the Michelle family's request for an exorcism. A priest named Arnold Renz was given the responsibility of performing the exorcism. The first exorcism was performed in September 1975, which was then followed by 60 plus more exorcism sessions. In the sessions, Annelise would scream in terrifying demonic voices and was said to be possessed by 6 demons named Lucifer, Cain, Judas, Hitler, Nero, and Fleischmann. Annelise eventually stopped eating as she stated the demons within her wouldn't let her eat. Her physical condition became very concerning as she not only lost weight and also became extremely sick, but surprisingly, she showed incredible strength, even then. The exorcism sessions would benefit the poor girl very little, and she died on the 1st of July, 1976. It was reported that she predicted her death beforehand accurately. Her dead body was estimated to weigh only about 68 pounds. After her death, the 2 priests and the Michelle parents were prosecuted and put on trial during 1978. The court was presented the tapes that the priests had recorded during the exorcism sessions. You guys can find some of the recordings on YouTube, but fair warning, the audio clips are extremely disturbing. The court ruled the 3 priests suspended for 3 years and fined them, but none of the 4 accused served any jail time. After that, the Michelles requested the body of their daughter to be exhumed and buried again in a better funeral. Many thought that was the end of a horrific event, but they were very wrong. On June 6, 2013, the house where Annelise lived and died caught up in flames, and locals reported seeing a figure which was believed to be of Annelise. While the mayor said it was the work of teenagers, the terrifying part is it was the 6th day of the 6th month of the year 2013. 2 plus 0 plus 1 plus 3 equals 6. That's 666, or the devil's number. I had a wonderful childhood, exploring the woods in a rural, small village in Finland. We had so many beautiful places to play in, and we went through every nook and cranny. We had a lot of abandoned barns and houses, when the elderly didn't get anyone to continue the family business of running a farm. A lot of places were just forgotten. Also places which could not be sold because the location was too remote or houses too mouldy to fix. I miss the lovely ring of old spruces near my house. It was spooky how the trees grew in a perfect circle, and it sometimes got fairy rings of mushrooms inside it too. But that place got torn apart when a sparkling new road was built on it. Shame. So there were a lot of spots to check out, and we got them all memorized. We'd go through the whole village in a day sometimes, when we wanted to check out the same spot again. We played at an awesome place under willow trees, on the riverbank, or in the swing-shaped tree in the woods. Wherever we knew there was something cool. We knew the place like the inside of our pockets, but there was this one weird anomaly to that, and that is the bone pit. You could never find it twice again in the same place. First time we found it, I was 7 to 9 years old. I was playing in a small meadow near my cousin's house and stumbled upon a small pit on the ground, big enough for an adult to fit curled up in a fetal position. It didn't seem to have anything growing on it, and it had sun-bleached bones in it. They seemed to be swine bones, and they were in pieces, no skulls or ribs to be seen. I had found pig bones before, and even cow bones. They were sometimes the only signs that someone had lived there after the dilapidated houses had collapsed. This was at the meadow though, but still didn't think too much about it. I'd dumped bones a bit further away from the house too. Perfectly reasonable. But then something caught the attention of young little me, and I looked away from the pit. When I turned my attention back to it, having taken no more than 4 steps away from it, I couldn't see it there anymore. I did a circle around the area, and even parted some grass from the meadow, if the pit had somehow been covered or hidden by grass, but I just didn't remember it. No, could not find it. I yelled over at my cousin, who I was exploring with at the time, and told her what happened. She just shrugged and told me, yeah, it just disappears sometimes, and continued walking. She was in a very untrustworthy person, so I thought she was just yanking my chain again. I tried looking for it a bit more, even to just spite her for trying to fool me again. It had been on the meadow, on the edge of a dark old forest, but I couldn't find it anywhere near the woods. I went up and down the edge of the woods in search for it. I only stopped looking when my cousin had walked quite a distance away from me, so I had to run after her to catch up. I did find the pit again next year. I remembered it, and it looked the same as ever. No grass had grown inside it still. I wanted to inspect the bones closer, but decided against it, feeling a bit creeped at this point. I turned my back to tell my friends about what I found, standing still, except for turning my head, and when I looked back, it was gone. Most of all, I felt frustrated. I was pissed I could not show anyone else the bone pit. Felt like the damn thing was taunting me. One time, my little sister found it and yelled excitedly and a bit spooked about how there's bones here. Come look. But I was already frustrated by it and just told her, yeah, sure, whatever, just dismissing her. She was not satisfied with this and wanted to share this experience with someone. So she fetched Mom and dragged her by the arm to the spot the bone pit was on. But it was gone. She was perplexed and searched around, parting the grass, even crawling a bit to find it, but to no avail. I told her to just let it be, and Mom had this fake but supportive mom aura about her, telling my sis how she's sure there were a bunch of bones here just now. Oh yes, sure. And this just made my sister more agitated, feeling like no one believed her. I don't know why I didn't tell her about it in more detail. I must have been really cranky that day for some reason, and thinking about walking over there to have the pit disappear again on me just made me crankier. Earlier this year, I met up with my sister and mother and started reminiscing over some old memories, when the focus went to the weird and scary stuff we experienced. So the bone pit came up. Sister told me how frustrated she was to have no one believe her, and I told her then how I actually believed her, but was just cranky since I knew the nature of the pit, that it would disappear before anyone would come up to it. She got animated and wide-eyed and was happy someone actually believed her and had witnessed it too. We wondered if the ground on the meadow was just too bumpy. The pit would just not be seen from any other but one angle. But to be honest, that felt unlikely. It had disappeared on us 3 times in a place we knew really well. 20 years later, it still feels like it was just some apparition, which just appeared and disappeared, with no explanation or reason. A couple of years ago,
I got a job as a security officer at a resort with an indoor water park on the overnight shift. During my training there, the night manager, or called John, told me about how the hotel was one of the last places that a child was last seen alive before disappearing. Now, I was more of a skeptic during this time, so I really believed John, and I went about my training. A little later, I began to hear a loud tapping noise at one section of the resort, which sounded like someone tapping on the ductwork in the hallway. I showed one of the hotel engineers, but they were not sure what was causing the tapping sound. Not long after first hearing the tapping, I was checking the hotel fire extinguishers during one shift. One extinguisher was near an emergency exit inside the lower restaurant. The exit door only had a handle on the inside of the door and couldn't be opened from the exterior. That's when there was a loud slamming sound against the door in the dark restaurant. Startled, but thinking that someone was playing a prank, I opened the door to the new fallen slow, but found no footprints going to or from the door. Another time, in the lower restaurant's kitchen, I was walking towards the door into the dining area when I saw something the staff reported for years. A tall shadow figure sliding along the wall through the swinging door. I turned around and walked straight back to the office. I left for a while, but returned. Upon returning, my old shift partner and I started to test this entity. We would sit in the hotel spa and wait for stuff to happen. I felt a coldness touch my elbow in one of the rooms. I had witnessed a shadow figure peer out for a separate room before, disappearing back behind the door frame when I noticed the figure. A few days later, we heard two voices. One, a female/childlike voice, and the other deeper, almost demonic-like. And a set of loud footsteps going up the stairs, but found one inside the entry spa after clearing it. Though it was interesting to challenge whatever permanently inhabited the hotel, it would have consequences. Fast forward a month or two. The hotel was officially closed after being bought out by a competitor. As security staff, we were given 60 days of extended employment under the law. This meant working alone in the middle of the night in an empty building with what seemed to be multiple entities. It all started with random banging sounds that echo through the halls, including the time that my old shift partner and I heard what sounded like a bowling ball falling down the stairs. 2 police officers saw an old food warmer violently shake inside the lower restaurant, the same location that I would later see a floating grey mass. There were 2 times that I heard a loud, childlike scream emanating from the restaurant. I never did investigate either instance, as I was alone and unarmed, with no way to easily call for help. Finally, I began to see shadows inside the water park. These would show up in various locations on the child's splash tower, but one watched me start my patrols one night. After hearing a loud bang, I looked up to the slide tower to see a solid black mass staring down at me as I walked through the park. I haven't returned to that property, either as an employee or a guest. I was out hiking along the river during the summer when the river water level was low. It's still a good 300 yards at least from one side of the riverbed to the other. While I was focused on taking photos of a rock formation, I started to hear what I thought was a man yelling my name at me from the other side of the river. But when I started looking for the person yelling, I saw no one there, despite being able to hear them. Out of nowhere, I heard the same very loud and distinct guttural male voice screaming, "Help me!" and the sound of breaking branches. I don't know why, but my instincts told me to run as fast as I could in the other direction, despite normally wanting to run towards danger when help was needed. Literally ran until I was lost and hopped someone's back fence, only to be greeted with a ton of bones all over their backyard. Took an hour of running around like a chicken with its head cut off to find my way out again. I've been looking for news reports and police beats for something about an assault or something out there that would explain the screaming, and I've never found anything. I was sleeping over at my friend's house one night. After playing some video games, we decided to go to sleep. Around 3 a.m, I randomly woke up to the sound of what I thought was my friend's mom arguing with someone. All I heard was a woman screaming, "$7? You did it for $7?" about 3 or 4 times. Each time increasing in intensity. My friend was asleep next to me, but no matter how much I shook him, he wouldn't wake up. The most I got was a moan and him brushing me off before rolling over. At first, I felt very awkward, and so I stayed inside my friend's room, not wanting to get involved in his family's business when it wasn't my place to. But when the screaming got even more intense, I thought if I didn't try to stop the situation from escalating, someone was going to get hurt. So, despite how much I did not want to, I got up and walked towards the door. I grabbed the door handles as the lady was beginning to scream again. "You did it for..." I opened the door. In the instant I opened the door, the screaming stopped, and it was dead silent and pitch black, without a single light on in the rest of his house. I flicked on the light. Nobody. I said, "Hello? Is everything okay?" No response. I shut the door, literally dragged my friend off the bed so he had no choice but to wake up, told him what happened, and we stayed up for the rest of the night. The next morning, he asked his parents if something had happened the night before, and they both said no. They had slept all through the night. Genuinely, one of the scariest experiences in my life. I have a few stories from when I was in boarding school in the middle of the jungle in Southeast Asia. We had smaller chalets that fit 2 people clustered all over our college. These chalets had a front door to a smaller common area that leads to 2 separate doors for the 2 bedrooms. It was around 1 or 2 a.m, and I had just finished my revision for the night. When I was about to call it a night, I heard the front open and immediately slam shut. I thought my roommate was having a bad night, so I called his name, to no reply. I thought it was a bit weird, but didn't think much of it to give him some space. I heard the same thing happen to his bedroom door, so I just left it. About 30 minutes later, I started hearing loud banging from his room. It sounded like all of his cupboards and shelves were being opened and slammed shut, super violently. This was when I got up to check on him. I was also worried that someone had gotten into his room and was trying to steal stuff. When I opened his bedroom door, everything looked normal and nobody was in the room. I got freaked out and went back to my room to call my roommate. When he picked up the phone, he told me that he was staying over at his friend's place for the night. That's when the noises started kicking off again. At this point, I'm too freaked out to go back in his room, so I lock my door and stay in my room. I thought that my mind was just playing tricks on me, so I started to look out my window to see if anyone was messing with me. That's when I saw one of the security guards walk by our chalet. After a quick chat, the guard told me that he was called in for a noise complaint and had been hearing the noises as well, and to stay in my room and to not interact or entertain whatever it was. He told me these types of things happen regularly since we were in the middle of the jungle. My life is full of stuff like that. Sometimes it isn't even scary how often it happens, but this time completely shocked me. I couldn't sleep for about a week. So I was home alone. It was late. I was trying to go to bed. But for some reason, I was feeling so terrified all evening. My heart rate was fast. I sweated and was shaking. As I have some problems with panic attacks, I thought it was one of them. So I tried to calm myself, swallowed some pills, and went to bed. Around 1 a.m., I started to wake up because of noises, steps, and knocks. But I was so exhausted, I was falling back asleep almost instantly. Sometime later, the sound stopped, and so did my panic. I thought that it's okay now, and I can fully relax and have some sleep. As expected, I was wrong. Almost immediately after I closed my eyes, I started to have a strange dream. I was in my room, and nothing was different. All my stuff was in place. The only thing that wasn't night outside, it was evening. The sun had already set down and the sky was all red. Actually, it was kind of terrifying. So, I stood up on the bed, decided to drink some water, but it turned out the door was locked. I panicked because I don't even have a lock on my door. I didn't know what to do, so I sat back in bed and started looking for my phone to call someone because the panic level was too high. Suddenly, a door opened. I froze in fear. A strange man in a black outfit, completely bald and without face, was standing there. "You may come in, Grandma." Then, some old lady actually entered my room, came towards me, and sat on my bed next to me. Man in the doorway disappeared, and the door closed loudly. Granny started talking to me. She looked very sad, almost crying. I wanted to calm her, but she refused and started speaking. "My dear, I'm really sorry for what I'm going to do, but I am completely alone. All my family and friends already died so long ago. I have no one. I'm afraid at this point, you're the only one who can help me." She started crying. I'm so sorry. I have no choice." I stood up and laid on my bed. I was really confused and didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, a very bright thought just appeared in my head. It was so fast and strong, like a lightning strike. I realized that an old lady was lying on my bed, in the same position that I fell asleep in. I started choking and woke up almost with a scream. I was so freaked out, I jumped out of my bed, turned on the lights. I couldn't sleep at all that night, so I just watched some YouTube till dawn. Around 7 a.m, I heard an ambulance at our house. I was too scared to go out of my apartment to see what happened. I think I'll never forget that night.
No, not that White House. This is a house that I lived in when I was a teenager. In my family, we refer it to as the White House because that's what it was. A big, split-level white house with a big porch. We lived in a very small town at the time. We lived on the outskirts of town, in a tiny cabin in the woods. On our rides into town for groceries or to go to school, We would ride past a house on Main Street that was different from the other houses. It was different in that it was set way back on its plot, so the front yard was bigger than all of the other houses. It was also different in that it was fairly big compared to the neighbouring houses. It had a long driveway with an old carriage barn at the end of it. No one lived there though. For some reason, I always got an ominous feeling from that house as we rode by it. That summer that I was 12, my mom came home one day and told me that we were moving and that she'd already found a place and that it was in town. The next day, she asked me if I wanted to ride into town with her and she'd show me the house she lined up. I was excited to see where we would be living, since we'd been living in the country since we moved to that town. When she pulled into the long driveway of our new place, the only thing I said to her was, "I don't like this house." It was an ominous house. She was understandably irritated with me and replied, "Well, too bad." A week later, we packed up and moved in. Despite my bad feeling about the house, it was pretty nice inside. We moved into the bottom unit. There was a unit above us that was empty. There were 3 bedrooms and they all had their own full bathrooms. There was also a functional wood-burning fireplace, and I thought that was hella cool. I chose the bedroom off the kitchen, at the back of the house. It had a built-in counter and cabinets. As we were moving in, I started noticing little things about the house. There were floodlights on the living room walls. All of the kitchen cabinets had numbers on the inside of their doors, and all their shelves were lettered. We found a paper taped to the edge of one of these shelves that had Richard Snyder's meds written on it. That's when my mom told me that the house was the old county mental health facility at one point. I didn't think too much of it. It was pretty chill for about a month until we started hearing things upstairs. It sounded like someone dragging something across the floor up there. We would hear footsteps and someone walking up the stairs to my unit. At one point, my mom even went to check if the door to the stairs was locked to make sure no one broke in and was squatting up there. It was locked. She called the landlord and asked him if he had anyone working up there, and she said no one had been up there since we moved in. Strange. For the rest of the summer, my stepsister stayed with us. We spent a lot of time outside exploring the new space. We were interested in the carriage barn. We weren't supposed to play in there because it was the garage for the upstairs unit, and we had our own attached garage. But since no one lived up there and the carriage barn was unlocked, my mum said we could go in there, but to be careful not to fuck with anything. There was a ladder that went up to the upper part of the barn. It was a very old looking ladder and we didn't trust it, so we didn't look up there. There was also a cute little windowed room in there. There were built-in shelves and a table in the centre of the floor. There was also an old piano in this room. For some reason, when we went into that room, we started to pretend that we were ghost hunters. We were asking who was there, who they were, why they were there. We even left questions on a pad of paper and left it there with a pen. Nothing happened with that though. Mind you, the only thing that we knew about this property was that it was the old country mental health place, and that wasn't that frightening to us. We just felt like that carriage barn had more to it. We stopped playing there after a few days. Nothing significant happened in that house until autumn of that first year there. I had my best friend over after school one day. We were in my room shooting the shit, and we both saw a man in a yellow coat standing at the stove. He was there long enough for us to notice him, but gone before we could see him clearly. That was the only time I ever saw something in that house. The other times were things like the TV going on and off, or the channels changing on their own. If we were listening to CDs, they would skip tracks or the volume would fluctuate. The other was feeling like you weren't alone. Whatever was there never made me feel scared. It felt friendly. Sometimes it felt sad. It felt like it just wanted to let us know it was there, but that we could all live together. It was strange, but nothing that was too bad for me given the shit I've experienced in the past. One thing I didn't like was that my little sister saw something. She was very young at the time. She was 2 years old when she pointed at my mum's closet and told me a guy went in there. The strangest thing that happened in that house happened to me. I was 14 at the time. This is going to sound like sleep paralysis. I'm not completely sure it was. It was around 12 a.m. and I was just about to sleep when my body started to feel like there was static coursing through it. I felt someone sit on the edge of my bed, but I couldn't see them. All I could hear was static and whispers and a car engine starting up. The car sounded like it was coming from the direction of the carriage barn. I also felt inexplicably sad to the core. I tried to scream, but no sound came out of my mouth. I was trying so hard to scream that my throat hurt. I tried to move, but every movement that I made was like stop motion. I couldn't stand up no matter how hard I tried, so I crawled off my bed. I crawled off my bed and towards my bedroom door. I finally made it to the threshold of my doorway and the sun was up. The feeling in my body faded and I slowly stood up. My mum was getting ready to leave for work when she saw me standing there. She said I didn't look so good and asked if I was okay. I told her that I didn't sleep well and she said she'd call the school for me and told me to stay home. I was honestly fucking shook. I didn't know how to explain to her what happened, so I didn't. It wasn't until after we moved out that my mom told me what she learned about the house. There was a man who lived there long before it was the mental health facility. His name was Kenny Whitney. He lived there and he gave piano lessons. He was also a gay man. When he came out to his family, they disowned him. He'd drive his car into the carriage barn, started it up, and breathed in the fumes. He killed himself. I think that's what happened to me, was Kenny trying to tell me who he was, or tell me what happened. When I go back to that town, I feel drawn to that house. I catch myself staring at it when I pass it. I dream about it often. I often find myself wishing I could live in it again. My family, me, my husband, my daughter who just turned a year old, went to a spa hotel right after Christmas 2018 that was supposedly haunted. They even offered ghost tours and ghost packages. I think that sort of thing is fun, but it seemed like a way for the hotel to make extra money, and didn't think that it was really haunted. I went to high school in Colorado, and we visited the Stanley Hotel, etc., and I don't mind spooky stuff at all. Anyway, this hotel is located in a small town with hot springs that was built upon because the water supposedly had healing and medicinal properties. There's not a ton to do there, and the town itself was kind of sad and worn down. We went through the town museum that showed the history of the town and bathhouses and got lunch. When we got back to our hotel, we were down the hall and could hear a radio blasting. It was distorted, it was so loud, and as we got closer, it was not just on one channel, it was scanning through different stations. As we stood outside our door to unlock it, we realised the blasting radio was coming from our room. The maid had come in before we left for lunch, so no one should have been in there. Aside, my dad works for hotels, and there are a couple of things I always do because I'm so used to staying in them. One of which being to turn off the alarm when you arrive, in case the previous occupants set it. We wanted to sleep in, and that was one of our main goals for the trip. My daughter, who used to be a great sleeper, did a good job sleeping the first night. The second night, she was screaming like something was really wrong. She pulled herself up in a pack and played and was jumping up and down and red-faced, like she was desperate to get out. I couldn't get her to calm down. I know she was a baby and it was a new place, but this was unusual. I held her and took her to bed with us, but she, clung to me all night. Last thing, my husband got me a massage as a Christmas gift, so I went down to the grotto area while he took my daughter to the pool. In the waiting area, they were very serious about no talking, no noise, no phones, etc. It is a nice spa, and the massage was expensive. Not the kind of place where they would pull stunts. The therapist took me to my room when it was my turn. She set up a few things and turned on the relaxing music, told me to get undressed and lay on my stomach, and she'd be right back. I got undressed and got under the sheet and was waiting for her to come back. All of a sudden, the music turned to FM radio and got really loud and was searching through a bunch of stations. The therapist knocked and came in. She walked right over to the radio and said, like it happened all the time, "Ghosts have been messing with us all day," and then got back to work, business as usual. I wish I took a ghost tour so I knew more. I thought it was hokey and a marketing ploy, but this hotel was definitely haunted. I kinda want to go back to see if it was a one-time thing, but part of me is genuinely freaked out and wants to stay away. I was about 18 years old when this took place, so only a couple of years ago. One of my best friends, let's call him Nick, used to live a couple towns over. It was the summer, right after we graduated, and we used to hang out all the time. So there was a solid month or two where I would go to his neighbourhood and we would smoke for hours on end in my car. His neighbourhood was a very quaint suburb area with lots of old people living there. We had a couple spots we would regularly park for our sessions, and sometimes we would use this somewhat popular forest trail at the front of his neighbourhood. You would see lots of people running, walking, or biking through there throughout the day. One evening, we decided that we would smoke on this trail. This wasn't out of the ordinary for us at this point. We walked maybe a mile and a half into this trail and casually chatted and joked around as friends do. Eventually, we found a bench where we sat down and started smoking and talking about our days and topics of interest. We saw a middle-aged gentleman briefly jog by us as we sat on the bench. That was the only person we saw during our walk through the trail. By the time we finished smoking, the sun had already gone down and it was getting dark. So we mentioned going back to the car to keep rolling up and continuing our session. We started walking back the way we came from. Nick and I were talking about whatever. I can't remember what we were talking about since it was casual, and we've already gotten into the routine of just shooting the shit all the time. Eventually, as we continued walking, it became eerily darker. So dark I couldn't see much, and I was trying to allow my eyes to adjust to the dark. It got to a point where my eyes were adjusted to it, so the trail had a more bluish hint to it instead of a pitch black. Kinda like how horror movies try portraying the night. Although the forest line around us in the distance was still so dark you couldn't see into it. As Nick and I were making our way through the trail, we got to a point where the trail was straight, with a bend at the end of it, cutting off out of our vision from the rest of the path, and couldn't have been any further than 150 to 200 feet where the cut-off seemed to be. Nick was on my right side as we were chatting, shoulder to shoulder, walking at the same pace. As we were walking, a small beam of white light seemed to be cutting through the dark shroud of trees off ahead of us, slightly to the left of the trail. Still in front of us, but not on the pathway. In my head, without any concern of the light, I assumed it was moonlight reflecting off the riverbank to the right of us. But as we continued walking towards it, I noticed that the beam of light was moving as well. I was talking at this moment, and as my eyes began locking onto this figure, my words slowly started to drift away into a dead silence. To my surprise, Nick was also locked onto this weird light figure. Our pace slowed down as we were quietly watching this figure emerging from the forest. It was a whitish grey figure that seemed unfazed by the ground as it was moving in our direction in the distance. Nick eventually broke our silence and asked me, "Do you see that?" He knew I was looking at it as well. Neither Nick or I are religious or believe in spirits, and my brain started to try to come up with the most logical answer, so I quickly replied, "I think it's just the moonlight." To which he responds, "I don't think so." Now the figure was maybe 60 feet away, and we could tell it was a human shape. It had legs, it had shoulders that moved in the pace of its stride, although not seeming to be fazed by the pitch black ground beneath it. I started to get scared. It looked like a woman in a white dress walking towards us with white legs, arms, and head, although no hair I could see. Knowing all too well what that means in horror movies, my mind began racing for a more rational conclusion. I thought to myself, maybe it's a man in a white coat walking on the trail. But that only left me with the question as to why a man would be walking into the trail this late at night. My heart began pounding as the woman with a white glow started coming closer and closer. I tried so hard to make a face out in the night, but I could only see the distinct white figure of her. She had the glow of the moon. Everything from head to toe was all white. Nick and I at this point halted in our tracks at the same time, locking onto this glowing woman who was walking directly into our path. We could tell that if she were to continue walking towards us, she would have to walk through us. She was dead center on the path, continuously walking closer and closer. At this point, I was so terrified and completely suspended in disbelief. Besides the odd occasion of a door shutting at random in my house, I've never seen what seemed to be a spirit. So clearly, I could see this woman in a dress. Although I was scared out of my mind, an overwhelming sense of tranquility was coming over me, like I had nothing to be afraid of. The woman became so close, she couldn't have been more than 20, maybe 30 feet in front of us at this moment. So close you could guess her height, which was tall enough to be somewhat eye level, with her yet no eyes or distinct facial features, besides possibly the shape of her nose. I can't begin to express how clear and close the woman got to us. Dead in our tracks, eyes locked on her. We sat there silently, watching her getting ready to walk in between us. Without any thought to it, simultaneously, Nick and I locked eyes with each other. The look of horror and confusion in his eyes reassured me that he was seeing the same thing as me, as he quickly blurted, "Dude, what is that?" We quickly shot our eyes back in front of us, and before we could even prepare for her, she was gone. Completely vanished, as if there wasn't an all-white glowing woman walking no farther than 20 feet ahead of us. We began speed walking in silence. Neither of us wanted to seem scared at first. So much was running through my mind, just trying to comprehend what just happened. Eventually I spoke up. All I said was, "Let's go." And we both started running as fast as we could, without one of us getting ahead of the other. I lost track of how far in we were at that point, but it was definitely more than half a mile in. But as fast as we ran, it seemed we were at the end of the trail within seconds. This whole ordeal was probably around only a minute long, but from the sheer horror of it, it felt like time came to a standstill. We quickly got into my car, parked near the trail entrance, and I hightailed it back to his house. Nick began saying, "Bro, what just happened? We both saw that, right?" And we began confirming with each other everything we just witnessed. He asked what we saw. Why did we see her? Why did she show herself to us? What does this mean? My understanding of reality was completely altered. It felt like such a dystopian reality when it occurred, like we stumbled into a limbo of some sort. To this day, I have no idea what else it could have been. It was so real, and the area became so unnatural when this happened. What creeps me out the most and comforts my sanity is that we both saw it. We both saw a woman in a dress, glowing white, walking towards us with an unfazed, uninterrupted stride, like it wasn't actually walking on the ground. We didn't hear footsteps or anything. I suggested that due to there being a lot of old folks who lived in that area, that it's a spirit of someone who once lived there and possibly enjoyed the trail in their youth. I've also heard that the area was a popular ground during the Civil War. Nick and I reminisce occasionally about our experience and have even attempted going back with the intention of seeing her again. However, when we did, I was overwhelmed with a gut feeling to turn back around before we saw something we didn't really want to see again. Since then, I've been more open to the idea of spirits and still can't really wrap my head around what we saw. We tell this story to our friends and loved ones, but when we do, it doesn't have the same surrealness to it. They usually laugh it off as yet another wild story, rather than a truly warping experience. I wonder if anyone else has similar stories or experiences. I'd be interested to hear your feedback and your stories as well.
This is something that happened to me and my cousin a few years ago. I'm 31 years old now. I believe I was about 27 or 26 when this happened. I lived in Lancaster, Pennsylvania with my cousin, and we lived in a small apartment complex in the middle of a densely forested area that had a freeway that runs through the middle of the complex, leading to a highway which we used to walk to work. Yeah, we walked on a highway to get to work. That shit was scary. It took place over the time span of 3 days. The shift itself only lasted 3 seconds, but when the shift was over, we had lost about 40 minutes of time. So we worked in a Wendy's on Mannheim Pike. We both worked the same shift as we requested because we liked working together. We always had fun. So one night at around 3:30 in the morning, which was around the time we were usually walking home because we closed the store at 1 a.m, and it usually took at least an hour and a half or 2 hours to do everything necessary before leaving. As we were walking down the freeway that led to my house, we were talking as we usually did to pass the time. As we walked, we noticed what looked like a headlight. It was bright and kind of blinding, running down the freeway. But there was something odd about the light. It was way too bright for any car that I knew, but I chalked it up to being a new kind of brighter light that I didn't know about. But also, there was the fact that there was only one light, so I assumed it was a motorcycle. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but in retrospect, now that I think about it, we also didn't hear any motors or any other sound that you would hear coming from a motor vehicle. So we continued walking and talking, but we moved to the opposite side of the road to ensure that whatever motorcycle or car was going by didn't hit us, because it was dark outside. And when I say dark, I mean dark. There was literally nothing around us other than the road we walked on and trees on both sides, which was a densely forested area, and at the time of night, you literally couldn't see anything beyond the first row of trees through the tree line. No streetlights. Literally, all you can see was darkness. Even with our phone flashlight, it was only possible to see about 5 feet ahead of us. But since we walked this road every night, we didn't even use the flashlights anymore. We just knew where we were going, and it didn't bother us. So, we continued talking, but after a few moments I thought, why hasn't this motorcycle passed us yet? While still looking up at the road and at the light. Now let me describe the freeway to you. This freeway was a concrete road running down into a highway with a densely forested tree line and a small bridge that was pretty much the border of the apartment complex. Under this bridge was a small creek that ran through the forested area and around the apartment complex. On one side of the bridge was our apartment complex, and on the other side of the bridge was the forest. The light was still coming towards us, but once it reached the bridge with the small creek running under it, it disappeared. I looked at my cousin and asked him if he had seen that, and he said, yeah, that was crazy. So I asked him what he'd seen, and he said he saw what looked like a headlight. He thought it was a motorcycle, but it just disappeared. So I told him, yeah, that's what I saw. I'm glad you saw it too, because I thought I was bugging. Okay, so we shrugged it off, paid it no mind, and forgot about it. So the next day, once again around 3:30, we were walking home from work, after closing the store, and again we reached this road. And again, coming down the block as we're walking and talking, we see this light speeding down the road, faster than it was the day before. This time, we stopped walking and talking and just looked down the road to watch the light and see what happened. And once again, true to form, a single bright light raced down the freeway. But this time it didn't just disappear. It kept going past the bridge, but once it crossed over the bridge, with the creek running under it, it made an extremely sharp left turn that was absolutely impossible for any form of motor vehicle to make at the speed in which this light was moving. Once it made that left turn, it flew into the tree line, flying through all of the trees. At this point, me and my cousin looked at each other and said, "What the fuck?" And then we started to discuss what we just seen, saying things like, "It's impossible for anything to run through trees like that, at that speed. There's no car or bike or anything in the world that could safely do that." At this point, we were still watching the light flying through the trees, and it made it about 200 feet into the tree line without crashing into anything, dodging through the trees before it suddenly just disappeared. We continued walking up the road with a weird energy in the air, as we both had just seen what happened and were a bit uncomfortable. So we walked and talked as always, but this time we were weary looking around us for any odd occurrences. Now here's where things got crazy. It's our third day coming home from work, walking down this road. But this time, as we walk down the road, we're literally talking about the experiences we've had over the last 2 days on this road. So now we're about a quarter of the way down the road. But this time, we don't see that weird light. So we're walking and talking about what it may have been. At this point, we're walking pretty close together. I'm standing about 1.5 feet behind my cousin, and as we talk, we're pretty much talking over each other's shoulders. He's looking over his shoulder at me, and I'm looking over his shoulder at him while we talk. At this moment, I pulled my phone out of my pocket and checked what time it was, because we had left the store at 2:58 a.m. It was now 3:37 a.m. So as we walked and talked, mid-conversation, the whole world seemed to disappear. There was no warning, there was no shifting effect, no dragging effect, no melting effect, nothing. Just 1 second the world was there, and the next it wasn't. Kind of like when a game clips or fails to load properly. So in mid-stride, the world just disappears, and I stop moving. I stopped walking, stopped talking. I just looked around trying to figure out what the fuck was happening at this point. 1 second ago, I was on the road in a densely forested, extremely dark area, and the next, I was standing in what looked like an unused dimension. To give you a picture of what it looked like, there was no road, there was no trees, there was no darkness, there was no sky, there was no floor. It was just white. Everything. There were no shadows, there were no shades. It literally looked like I was standing on an unused piece of printing paper. It was just white everywhere. There was nothing. I couldn't even see my cousin, who was standing just a second ago, 1.5 feet away from me. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I stopped walking mid-stride, with my foot still suspended in mid-air. I looked around for about 3 seconds. That's as long as the dimension slipped. And just as unexpectedly fast as everything disappeared, it was just as fast as it all came back now. I was back on the road. I could see the trees. I could see my cousin was a little further ahead of me, and then I remembered before the dimension slipped. Before everything happened, he was only about 1.5 feet away, but when we came back, he was more like 5 feet away. I attribute this to him not stopping when the dimension slip happened. The reason I stopped moving when the dimension slip happened was because I had to read a few paranormal books, which included chapters on wormholes, and had read a few stories in which people say that when they're in wormholes, any small movement they did sometimes landed them hundreds of feet or sometimes miles away from where they started. But clearly, my cousin was unaware of this and took maybe another step or two, when whatever happened happened. But when everything came back, me and my cousin stopped and looked at each other. The first thing that came out of my mouth was, "Did you see something?" And he said, "Yeah, what the fuck?" So I asked him what he had seen, and he said that it looked to him like the brightest lightning bolt he'd ever seen. Like, do you know how the light flashes when lightning comes down and it makes everything turn white? Well, like that, but 100 times worse, and I couldn't see anything. I told him it sounds similar to what I'd seen, but I didn't see any lightning bolt. There was no lightning. Everything just turned white. He said, yeah, he didn't actually see a lightning bolt. That's just the only way he could explain what the fuck he'd just seen. I was like, so did you see the same thing? Like everything just turned white? There was no shadows, no shades, there was nothing. Everything just disappeared. No trees, no road, no you, no me. He said, yeah, exactly. At this point, I pulled my phone back out and checked what time it was. I don't know why, but I have this habit of every time something happens, I look at the time, and the clock reads 4:20 a.m. Now I know I literally just looked at my phone about 3 to 5 seconds earlier, and it was 3:37. There's no way it's been about 45 minutes since. I told my cousin to look at the time and showed him my phone, and he said, so what are you trying to show me? And I told him a few seconds ago, I looked at the time and it was 3:37. He was like, nah, fuck out of here, you're lying. And I told him that I was dead serious. After arguing about the time change, we looked up and realised we were no longer where we were when the dimension slip started. We were about 25 minutes, maybe a half-hour walk down the road from my house. But now we were past my house. Not by far though. We were literally about 200 feet away from my house. Just 2 minutes walk back. But it was still fucking crazy. We know that's not where we were before all of it happened. Me and my cousin don't talk very much anymore, but every now and then we still see each other and chill. But still till this day, every time we see each other, we talk about that night. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Please let me know, because as far as I'm aware, I've never met anyone else who has this happen to, and me and my cousin are the only two people who's ever seen anything like this. So this was a few years ago. Me and my ex, who at the time was my girlfriend of 8 years, were living together in a small apartment in Manhattan. We were having some serious relationship issues at the time, and ended up separating a few months after this situation. But being with me for so long, she had kind of gotten to the point that weird shit tends to happen around me. But for a span of about 4 or 5 months, the activity had gotten out of hand, to the point where I had actually started documenting it. I wish I still had the evidence to post. So literally, pretty much daily, we had started experiencing paranormal occurrences. Things falling over when no one was near them. Doors opening by themselves. Hearing someone when you were alone. White orbs flying by. Black orbs on other days. Thing is, they'll fly right by you, and if you follow them with your eyes, they'll fly right into the wall and vanish through the wall. But there was one thing that really made me start documenting this shit. So we had all of our gaming systems hooked up to one TV. But I ran out of games to play on my PS3 and Wii at the time. So usually, the only system we would turn on was the Xbox 360. All we ever really used it for was to connect it to our phones via USB wire and play our music and watch anime and shows we downloaded onto our phones through the media center. But we had a Kinect connected to it, and it was always on. So one day, we were just listening to music on the Xbox, in the media center, when we noticed on the little Kinect screen that there were 3 people registering in the room. Problem is, we were alone. Not only in the room, we were alone in the house. The other problem was how fucking impossible it was for a person to be where said person was registering. We had bunk beds, and on the top bunk was a huge pile of clean clothes we didn't feel like folding. So according to the Xbox, there was someone standing over our head, occupying the exact same space as the top bunk bed and the clothes. More specifically, going through the bed and clothes. Well, when we first noticed this, we reset the Xbox to see if the Xbox was just tweaking out. But no, it was still there. So we said, fuck it. This is the weird part. We turned on the Xbox every single day for the same purpose. Sometimes it was there, sometimes it wasn't. When it was, we would check it out every now and then to see what it was doing. Sometimes it just stood there. Sometimes it would wave, and sometimes it even looked to have been dancing. So I know no one would ever believe me, if I told them this every now and then. I would take a few seconds of recording this. I had, I think, 3 or 4. So on another day, we're just listening to music, sitting on the bed, playing cards silently, when the music stops for no reason. Confused, we looked up to see why, only to find that the voice command had been activated. Problem is, neither one of us had said anything. So I pulled out my phone and started recording the TV screen and explaining what had been going on, and showing in the video that even though me and my girl at the time were completely silent, according to the Xbox, someone that none of us could see or hear was speaking. Pretty much just showing the little mic icon with the sound waves emanating, even though the room was completely silent. Now, all of this happening and other undocumented occurrences going on, I opened the notepad in my phone and started actually logging everything that I could remember happening and when it happened. I had about 2 months of logs on the phone. Then, for 2 more days, nothing happened. Then on the 3rd day after making the log, I heard someone in the bathroom on my way to it, so I stopped and logged it before going in. When I got inside, I logged that no one was actually in the bathroom, and just as I hit the save button, I felt the phone pulled out of my hand. I was a bit startled, but I picked the phone up and made an entry for that incident. I then used the bathroom and went back to my room with the girlfriend and continued playing Assassin's Creed. I decided to replay it out of boredom. When I sat down on the bed, I grabbed the PS3 controller with my right hand, and with my left hand, I placed my HTC One cell phone on the bed next to me, between me and the missus. While playing, I got a text message from a friend, pausing because I was in a safe place in the game. I picked up the phone, looked at the message, replied, and placed it right back in the same spot. 3 minutes later, I decided, fuck this, I'm tired of being bored, and asked my lady if she wanted to go out for dinner. She said yeah, and we got up and started getting dressed and ready to go out. So I get up and change my pants, and immediately go to grab my phone to put it in my pocket to ensure that I don't forget it. But it's gone. So I asked the lady if she'd seen it, and she said the last time she saw it was when she put it on the bed between us. I replied, yeah, me too. So I go on a rampage looking for it, checking the entire room 4 or 5 times. I was so confused as to where it could have gone that I even took all of the sheets and blankets off the bed and shook them out, expecting my phone to fall out, but it never did. So I decided, fuck it, I'll find it when I get back home, and I finished dressing myself. Just as I finished putting on my scarf and hoodie, I looked down on the bed and there it was, sitting right on the bed in the exact same spot I left it, right on top of the mess of sheets I pulled off the bed. I looked at my girlfriend and asked where she found it, and she replied, find what? I told her to look, and she looked down, not knowing what I was talking about, and reiterated, find what? I answered, my phone, where did you find it? She looked at me with a confused look on her face and said, I didn't. What do you mean? If you didn't find it, where did it come from? I thought you found it. No, I thought you found it. Okay, whatever. I just picked it up and put it in my pocket. A month later, it disappeared again, but this time, I never found it again. This is an experience I had when I was around 14 or 15 years old, in maybe 2004 or 2005. I lived in the country of Southwest Virginia and was a typical country boy. I had just gotten old enough for my mum and stepdad to trust me raccoon hunting alone. That night, just as the sun was setting, I took the dogs out like I had done before and went out to our hunting grounds, maybe a 2-mile walk from home. I turned the dogs loose and waited for them to open. A few minutes passed and nothing. This wasn't that strange, but after waiting for maybe half an hour with nothing, that was very odd. We didn't have great coon dogs, and normally, if they couldn't find a raccoon, they sensed soon they would just strike a deer track or something. but I heard nothing from them. I began to walk around and call for them, but no response. I kept walking and noticed the entire ridgeline to my right had a red glow from the other side of the ridge, emanating from the hollow. I thought to myself, I guess the farmer is cleaning brush and has a massive fire burning. So I went to check to make sure it wasn't a forest fire. But as I got closer to the top of the ridge, I got an uneasy feeling and noticed the light was not from a fire. No smell of smoke, and the light was not flickering as the light from a flame would. And most noticeably, the glow was an unnaturally bright red, like how a stoplight on a dark corner will cast a red, creepy glow on everything. Mind you, this is in the middle of a forest and cow pasture with no electrical power. That's when I realised something was seriously wrong and got very scared. I was carrying a single-shot 20-gauge shotgun with birdshot, but my pack happened to have a few leftover buckshot and slug shells. I quickly and as quietly as possible loaded a slug and kept 2 buckshot shells in my hand. I was scared. I backed away and took the long way around to get back home so I could get as far away from this as possible while on edge the entire time. I got back and told my mum and stepdad what I saw. My stepdad scolded me for leaving the dogs in the woods. He thought I was making up a story of being lazy and didn't go after the dogs. About a week after that happened, I woke up and walked into the living room. He jumped up and said, "I saw that red light that scared you. It scared me too." He had been hunting near the same place, but not quite, and said he saw 3 bright red flashes that lit everything around him up enough he could have read a newspaper, and that was the end of it. We never had another experience after that. I don't know what I experienced, and it's always bothered me. Part of me regrets not walking the extra 25 yards to see over the ridgeline. The other part is happy I didn't. This all happened in the rural area of Southwest Virginia. I was a teenager when this all happened, 14 or 15, not old enough to have a driver's license. We were poor and didn't have cable TV or internet, and so what I had to entertain myself with, normally, was hunting. I would often be hunting squirrels or rabbits after school, and at night we had coon hounds for raccoon hunting in summer and on weekends. The property owners around us were nice enough to let us hunt, so I was always respectful of what they said. One of the wishes of the farm to the left of us was I could hunt all I want, but to stay out of the abandoned house in the middle hollow. He would use it as a tool shed for extra barbed wire and fence posts and whatnot. Of course, as a teenager, I couldn't resist taking a peek, but made sure I didn't disturb anything. It was an old mansion at the time, 2 stories with an attic and basement, and had slave quarters with it, and shackles in the basement walls. I'm not sure when it was abandoned, but I could tell it never had indoor plumbing or electricity added to it. I assume it had not been lived in for a long time because of this. However, it was remarkably sound. All the glass was still in the windows, and the floors and walls were not rotten. I couldn't even see much damage from a leaking roof. I also couldn't see any signs that animals used it, like raccoons chewing up the walls to den in, and I never saw any scat droppings. Anyways, like I said, the farmer was nice enough to let me hunt, so for the most part, I respected his wishes and didn't go into the house, because he could easily deny my hunting rights. This house was also in the hollow next to my red glowing light experience. Often my stepdad would be with me, but I would also take the coon dogs out and go hunting alone. When hunting dogs, you let them loose and wait for them to run a raccoon to a tree. Depending on how hot the track it might take a while, and the direction they run might turn 3 or 4 times. So while you're waiting for them to howl treed, you sit and wait on the chase. While standing, you don't need a light and don't need to waste batteries, so you turn it off and wait in the dark. Oftentimes, you can see better without a light once your eyes are fully adjusted to the dark anyways. So many times, even though this house was not near a road or any source of light, other than what we carried, We could sit and watch what looked like a candle being carried through the house from the windows, even though nothing around could possibly be reflecting light. And if we shone a spotlight at the window, nothing was ever there. We could hear knocks and bumps coming from that house, but I could explain that as an animal rummaging around, even though it seemed like animals kept a 50-yard gap from the house. Even the cows wouldn't graze too close and made the cow trails to keep a distance. Often our lights would run dead if we stayed too long in that hollow again. I could chalk that up to coincidence. Once, I can't remember if it was in early spring or late fall, I had been squirrel hunting in a light jacket, as the temperature was chilly but not cold by any stretch. As I reached the back property, close to 2 miles from home, the temperature suddenly dropped and an incredibly strong wind set in. It was maybe 30 miles per hour, sustained, and I started to get cold, the coldest I've ever been. I'd been winter camping and sat in a deer stand when the temperature was 0, but I wasn't dressed for this, and I knew I had to take shelter. The house was the only thing that could help me, so I made my way in. The relief of being out of the wind was instant. I could feel pain in my face and hands. The skin I had exposed started to warm back up. It was fantastic. Since I was already in, I decided to look around again. I went upstairs and checked it out. The rooms were all completely empty. Same with the ground floor, besides the fence equipment the farmer kept in the front area. So all in all, it was pretty boring. I made my way to the basement. It was dark, but in my hunting pack I always had a flashlight for backup while hunting raccoons. As I opened the door and looked down the steps, I got that feeling that I shouldn't go down. But being a teenage boy with my manhood on the line to not be scared, and a 20-gauge shotgun in my hands, I went down the steps. The atmosphere felt heavy, and the air felt musty and stale. I looked around, and the area was bare, other than some old shelves on the wall to my left, and those rusted chains mounted into the wall on my right. I walked over and touched them. As soon as I did, bam! I heard a door upstairs slam closed hard. Now it was during a windstorm, so I am willing to chalk it up to the wind, but the house was closed up and not drafty. I made my way back up, and the atmosphere upstairs was the same as the basement. Cold and heavy, like I was no longer welcome. I had warmed up, and the wind was still blowing, but had died down, so I left and made my way back home. That's the most interesting thing that happened to me with that house. It's been 15 years since I visited it, and when I was a teen, I didn't have a fancy camera phone to record any of this. I have thought of going back with a camera to see if I can record any of it, but I'd be trespassing now, and I'm sure I wouldn't get permission to go ghost hunting. I love ghost stuff, but don't mess with it, because I don't want no bad juju. The restaurant I work in is an old one, but I don't have much of a history on it. Haven't searched for it. I can tell you that we have a banquet room leading up a couple sets of stairs, which we use frequently for weddings and parties, etc. Probably a few weeks to a month into my job, I was asked to carry some dishes up to the banquet room, so that we have them ready to go for the wedding party. No big deal. I carry said dishes up, having to make several trips. When I get up to the banquet room each time, I slightly feel like something is different. I didn't think too much of it though, and let it slide as I was in work mode. Just to note, I'm an individual that's very in touch with how I feel, and the vibes I get from people. At least, that's what I think. Or I'm just nuts, who knows? Anyways, a couple weeks go by. But again, I'm asked to take some dishes upstairs. This was probably mid-October. Being the team player I am, of course, I'm going to help my co-workers out. Freak yes, people. Let's do the work thing. The feeling is stronger this time. It wasn't a sense of goosebumps or chills down my spine. It was just a gut feeling of something feeling off. I finished what I needed to do and went downstairs to jokingly ask the waitress if she ever got a funny feeling upstairs. My boss turned the corner looking at me as the waitress answered, and with a giggly smile on her face, she said yes, this building, mainly in the banquet room upstairs, is haunted. She doesn't like going up there either. My boss, the one who turned the corner, told me about how a ghost hunting team has done an EVP in the past, where a voice said a bartender's name. Some other stories I've been told have mentioned bar stools being flipped over like it was closing time, as well as a blood-curdling scream heard out in the hallway, not even in the banquet room. What creeps me out the most about it is that I could feel something off without ever even knowing the building was haunted. It throws your senses for a whirl. I'm trying to distinguish whether it was a bad feeling, like I should avoid the banquet room while I'm alone, or if it's just my nerves getting the best of me. It's hard to tell whether or not it was an energy that disliked me or didn't want me there. Now that I know it's haunted, I've been dreading going to work because I know I'll have to go up there alone again. I make sure that I'm not the last person to leave the building because I don't want to risk having an entanglement with the unknown. I also feel that I got that gut feeling as a warning sign. Something wasn't right, and my senses knew it. That kind of tells me to not be alone in that place. This year, I'm celebrating my 30th birthday. It's going to be the first time since birth I'm not celebrating this moment with the brave lady who raised me, along with my grandfather. My grandmother died after years and years of suffering. It's a relief, but damn, it hurts. A few hours before her death, the last day I saw her, I slept a few hours to recover from this terrible night as she asked for mercy. In this dream, I saw her dead, laying on the bed. Her husband held her and cried. I immediately sent a message to my companion to tell him about this disturbing picture I've seen a few times, since the idea of losing her caused me huge anxiety issues. Then, right after this nightmare, I learnt about her. She passed away as I was peacefully sleeping in my bed. It's been a month she's gone now, and I know it's strange, but I totally stopped dreaming about her. This morning, I just woke up in my family's house. I heard a distinct voice saying hi. It was nice and sweet. I responded, yes. As my grandfather, who sleeps in his room next to mine, answered, yeah. I asked him if he was calling me, and he said no. I used to work in a funeral home for years as a counsellor. I know grief may lead to hallucinations. Have you ever had a dream about your loved ones who eventually died moments ago? Do you think it's pure coincidence? A simple sign of empathy since I felt extremely worried about her? Do you think I talked while I was asleep? I know a lot of my friends confirmed I'm a sleep talker. Anyway, that's not the most thrilling experience I witnessed, but I'm curious about these two moments. First, the dream. Secondly, the call. When I was younger, I used to live half of the week at my ex-boyfriend's flat. We'll call him Christopher. In central Paris, near a park called Le Butte-Chamont, in Rue Carducci. It was easier for me to stay in the heart of the city, since I studied at university from Monday to Friday. The guy and I used to have a mutual friend, named Alice. Back in the days, the three of us slept in the same room and shared a very powerful relationship together. It was almost like a love triangle. But anyway, my experience is not about our personal story. Alice and Christopher are really sensitive people who felt energies and spirits. I never judged them since I experienced baffling situations as well, but hey, I want to stay a pragmatic person. But I still can't explain what happened these nights when Christopher and I talked while we were asleep. Alice listened and told us everything in the morning right away. It happened a few times. I have no memory of these events. She was absolutely sure we were speaking in tongues. There's no doubt about that. The disturbing part? We don't understand and can't read Latin. She even took notes as we discovered some of the sentences were parts of the Bible. Some of them were related to Lazarus. While Christopher firmly believes in God and is a Christian, Catholic, I'm not a religious person at all. Of course, I have studied and read the Bible and some other religious books, but I would not and cannot tell you entire parts by heart. As she is sensitive to this invisible world, she really felt it was something disturbing and unusual. I know I often laugh and talk in the night while I'm fully asleep, but this Latin episode never happened to me again. There's always this stereotype about creepy legends in Latin. Do you think it's possible for our minds to use forgotten data so we can do something impossible? Do you have any other theories? Is it related to ghosts? Or maybe entities? I purchased a home roughly 2 years ago after living in an apartment that was located right behind a cemetery. Here at the house, it seems like we were either followed, or what was already there just kept doing its thing. We include my 3 children, daughters 12 and 10, and son 5. I'm a single father. This thing does not bother them, only myself. It all started out about 3 days after we moved in. I was in the kitchen, and you can see the hallway that leads to the kids' room. I saw what looked like one of my kids run down the hall and into one of the rooms. Right after that, all 3 of my actual kids came running in from the front door from playing outside. I just thought, okay, whoa. After that, I would sleep in my room on the opposite side of the house from my kids' rooms. I would feel like one of them was coming in and laying on the bed. I would look over to ask if they were okay, and no one would be there. On one particular night, the same thing happened, only this time, I felt a kid's arm lay across my back. I rolled over, and what looked like a girl smaller than my daughter jumped out of the bed and went into the bathroom. When this thing moved, I mean it moved. It went around 12 feet in a matter of roughly a second. Since then, it does not fail that at least 2 times a week, something paranormal happens. You can hear a door in the house close when I'm at home and the kids are at school. The occasional voice of a man and or woman having a conversation somewhere in the house. And of course, the bed incidents. It got to the point where I had 3 paranormal investigators come and we all saw the girl running behind the kitchen island. It's not scary things going on. It's more that I feel uncomfortable sleeping in my room. So I just lay on the couch with the TV and a few lights on. At the corner of my eye, I could still see something darting in the hallways. My father was involved, but whenever I ask him about what happened that night in the apartment, he insists it never happened. He is the type that stays away from the paranormal, including never speaking about it. This incident happened when I was a baby, young enough for a baby to cry in the middle of the night. My crib was set up right next to my parents' bed, close enough to check on me. My mother heard my cries and was about to get up until my dad sat up and said, "Don't worry, I'll get her." He went around the bed and picked me up, set me in his arms and left the room. My mom set her back down on the pillow, listening to me cry in the kitchen as my dad paced back and forth. This was when it happened. My mother felt something in the room, but didn't turn to see. Then something grabs the back of her head. She said it felt like a hand. It grabbed her and lifted her head up. She froze. It bent her head back, making her neck bulge out. It was as if it was trying to snap her neck. At that moment, she screamed out my father's name. Her head fell back on the pillow, and she quickly turned to the door and saw it. A white figure darting out of the room and into the hallway. My father, meanwhile, heard my mother scream, and he ran towards the hallway and saw the same figure dart out and run into the hallway bathroom. My father, with me still in his arms, ran forward and turned on the bathroom lights to face whoever was in there, but found no one. He went into the bedroom to see my mother sitting up in shock. "Did you see that?" she asked, and my dad nodded. They realised quickly that it was a spirit, a malicious one, and they both spent the night in the living room. They moved a few months later. I asked my mother if she ever saw it again, or saw anything out of the ordinary, like things moving out of place or cold chills, but she said that was the only incident. Whenever I talk with my father, he denies it and tells me, "Your mom is lying," or "I don't remember that happening." Until a few years ago, he let it slip. His years of denial shattered when my mother and I were talking about other ghost stories. My dad, listening to our conversation, said, "Remember that apartment when we saw one?" The moment it came out of his mouth, I saw his expression morph into surprise, like a secret he wasn't supposed to tell. I said, "I thought you said you didn't remember." And he went quiet. I'm in college now, but from the age of 9 through 17, I went to a music camp a few hours from my house in the mountains, in the middle of nowhere. I loved it every year. It was magical, and it was all thanks to a very old woman who owned the property with her husband since the 50s. Anyways, she was very elderly, and her oldest son lived with her, and he was also very old. He ends up passing away at the beginning of the semester in August from long-term illness and complications. I didn't know him very well. He only conducted for the most advanced students, who I wasn't grouped with until my last 2 years. I can't remember the days of the week exactly, but for ease, I'll say I had a very long and difficult dream on Monday night. I can't remember the details of it very clearly, but I remember waking up in the middle of the night, panting, as if I'd been holding my breath. Hot, heart pounding, and a sense of dread so bad, I had to turn my lights on, just to be sure there wasn't a maniac about to stab me. I managed to go back to sleep and continue my routine on Tuesday, as if it hadn't happened. I later found out Friday that he died late Monday night or early Tuesday morning. It was sad news that hit, but I also got hit realising that I had woken up, panicking the same night. Fast forward to winter break, and I have a similar dream and wake up panting and gasping, hot, disoriented and scared again. This time it was actually Friday morning around 2 a.m, because I checked my phone to use the flashlight to scan my room and make sure I was safe. I go back to sleep and wake up to texts from friends in several different states who had gone to camp with me. The sweet old woman who had co-founded the camp had passed early in the morning. This time, it hit even harder that I had the dream again. Last instance, I had a neighbour who lived across the street and over one house to the left, who I'd seen as a kid, but as I grew older, I had started to forget what she looked like and her voice and such. This was after high school. I was about 20 then, and it had been years since I'd had any bad dreams like the ones I'd had with the camp founding family. Anyways, it was summer, and my mom came in and asked if I'd be willing to help our neighbour, since she'd recently had a stroke, and her family was all out of state at that point, and I had been looking bored. Why don't I just go do it? So I do, and we have a blast and set up a routine. Every Monday, I take her grocery shopping, and every Thursday I go in and visit with her, cook, and generally be silly. It was honestly a highlight, looking back at it. So I'm leaving Thursday, and she says she'll call me if she needs me Monday, because some people had known about her condition and brought her food and goodies, and she doesn't know if she needs to shop again so soon. I go home and forget relatively soon she'd said anything like that. Then Saturday night, I have another horrid dream and wake up as usual, panting, hot, scared. Now, since it's been a few years since the last dreams at this scale, I don't immediately put it together. But it's the weekend and still summer vacation, so I just kick my sheet off and finish my night. Then Monday rolls around and she doesn't call, and I remember that maybe she doesn't need me. I let it slide. I went out with friends that night. Then Thursday comes and no call to come over.
So I think maybe she's got someone else or she's tired or whatever. Next Monday rolls around and I get no call, so I go over and ring the bell and call her phone, and it goes to voicemail. She also keeps her car in the garage and has a fence that keeps you from going up the front door and knocking. So I have no idea if the car isn't there, and I can't peek into a living room or kitchen because of the locked fence. I go home and wait for Thursday, which comes and goes with no news, so I figure she's dumped me and got an actual caretaker or something. It's not till 2 weeks after I'd seen her last, my mom breaks the news that while I was asleep, she had sent the ambulance and police outside and they'd taken her body to a morgue. She had died 2 weeks prior when I'd had my last horrific dream from another stroke and had been in the house ever since till her son had come to check on her. I was the last person to see or speak to her alive. As a kid, I often called for my parents in the night because I wasn't afraid of the dark. I was afraid of what was in the dark, specifically in my closet. As normal and cliche as it is, I always felt much safer when the doors were closed. However, there could be times when if I slept with my back facing my room and doorway, I'd get the feeling and mental image of a large figure, either coming from beneath my bed or materializing in my room and running its fingers down my back. There were two forms it takes. One is a woman, and I can't tell if she's young or old, but she seems sad and angry. I think she lost her child though, because her touch, as frightening as it was, tended to be more gentle, though I could feel the rage in her. She tended to materialize more in the room. The second is far bigger, and its touch more frightening. It's this giant figure draped in seaweed or rags or something. Like a mummy, but not all stiff and decomposing. It seems more remorseful, but still has something horrific behind it. They don't seem to be very active now, and since I'm much older, I haven't seemed to be in tune with them much. My odd theory is they're somehow connected. Possibly they lost a child or were together and suffered. I also felt things in my dad's office, the living room and the guest bathroom. My parents have been in this house for nearly 30 years and haven't really had anything odd happen to them in that time. And as far as I know, there isn't anything that happened in the house before them or the land it's built on. Maybe they're attached to the house, or maybe they're attached to me. But at college, they can't manifest as easily because of my current state or the sheer number of people around me. My dad, oldest brother, and a family friend have both seen this old man at different points in their life. When my dad was about 14 in his childhood home, he went downstairs to get a drink. He doesn't remember what time it was. It would have been 3 a.m, or it could have been 11 p.m. He doesn't remember. The living room door was already open, and the hallway light was shining into the living room, making it dimly lit. My dad went to walk into the living room, but noticed an old man sitting in the chair in the left-hand corner, as you're facing directly into the room. My dad says he didn't feel scared or intimidated. He was just confused. My dad and the old man were just looking at each other for a solid 10 seconds before my dad walked into the living room, went to the kitchen, got his water, and came back. When he came back out of the kitchen, the old man was still sitting there, but his body was still in the same direction as before. But the old man's head was facing my dad's direction. My dad walked past the old man once again and went back to bed. The next morning, my dad asked his dad, who his friend was, who was in the house, and my granddad said he didn't have any friends over. About 20 years later, when my family moved into the house I now live in, I wasn't born at this time. My brother, who was about 7 years old at this point, was the last one into the house. My brother started screaming and crying, and my parents came running through. My dad asked him what's wrong, and my brother pointed up at the top of the staircase and explained there was an old man up there, staring at him.
Just after Christmas of 2019, my mum had two of her friends over who have never been in the house before. My mum shouted at me and she told me to ask her friend, who's a bit older, what he just saw at the kitchen door. I asked him, and he explained he looked up and saw an old man just standing there, looking across at him. Then he just disappeared. I asked for more details, but he struggled to describe what the old man looked like. He could only say he looked relatively normal. First of all, my dad hates liars, so I know for a fact he wouldn't bullshit me, or wouldn't keep a lie up for years like this. My dad and his friend Jamie were doing an all-nighter when they were about 17 years old out in their hometown. They went and sat down at the local primary school at about 2 or 3 a.m. They sat at the front entrance. The playground is around the back of the building. My dad says he closed his eyes and he had no idea if he fell asleep for 10 seconds, a minute, or even an hour. He has no clue. But he suddenly woke up to Jamie standing above him and looking down on him. My dad asked him what he's doing, and Jamie just said something along the lines of, "Oh, nothing. I need to piss." And Jamie started to walk away and about to turn the corner. My dad could see Jamie's shadow getting smaller and smaller. My dad once again closed his eyes and then fell asleep, and again, doesn't know how long he slept for. But he once woke up again to Jamie standing above him again. Confused, my dad asked him what he's doing, and then Jamie gave the exact same response if he needs to pee, and he started walking away again. My dad suddenly sat up and watched Jamie's shadow get smaller and smaller. Obviously, my dad was confused, so he then got up and walked down the bit Jamie did. My dad turned the corner a few seconds after Jamie, and he looked down the long path, and Jamie wasn't to be seen. My dad got freaked out and left the premises. Then a big gust of wind went right past my dad, but didn't get my dad. That freaked him even more out. My dad ran home. The next day, my dad went up to Jamie's house to ask him what the fuck happened. And after my dad explained his side, Jamie looked really confused. And Jamie explained that him and my dad were at the big tree in the playground the entire time. And the big gust of wind hit Jamie. And when he turned around, my dad was gone. So my dad and Jamie were both with each other, but in two places at once. And one of each set disappeared. Anyone have a theory on what that could be? I've been living with my boyfriend and his family for a little while now because of COVID quarantine. They recently moved to a new house, and I've been sleeping on the couch in the basement, since my boyfriend has a twin bed still, and it doesn't fit the both of us. I started to notice some weird stuff going on while attempting to sleep down there. There was this toy that was basically a Transformer jet airplane with a little speaker that made noises like it was flying. This toy started to go off seemingly at random throughout the night. The first few nights at this, it didn't freak me out enough to think anything was up. Maybe just an old messed up toy with a stuck button. Then a few nights later, it woke me up at exactly 3 a.m, going off like crazy. It sounded like someone was repeatedly pressing the button almost. I got really fed up because it woke me up in the middle of the night and ended up putting it upstairs. Despite it being on a different level, I could still hear it going off. That same night, I could hear footsteps going up and down the stairs, leading to the basement, but ended up finally falling back asleep. The next day, my boyfriend's mom returned the toy to the basement. At about 6 a.m, I was awoken again by the toy going off like all hell. It was going off so often that it wouldn't even complete the noise before starting again. I was mad at this point and began yelling at the toy and the spirit to stop and leave me alone. It got worse and worse the more I yelled at it. I eventually grabbed the toy and threw it onto the back porch. For the next few nights, nothing happened. That is, until tonight. I woke up at 4 a.m. to water being poured or steaming onto my feet. I jumped up to investigate where it was coming from and what had just happened. As soon as I jumped up, the steady stream stopped and only a few droplets of water were coming down at once, until stopping only a few seconds later. I investigated the ceiling and saw no water damage or sign of leakage. There was a pool of water on the leather couch that I slept on, but I couldn't find an actual source for the water. I checked on all the animals and all of them were fast asleep. I even went and made sure all the members of my boyfriend's family were asleep, in case one of them was trying to pull a prank on me, but they were all still in bed and passed out. I hadn't even told anyone of the weird occurrences besides my boyfriend. I really don't know what's going on. I saw something about the water poltergeist when I tried to look into this weird phenomenon. I've never heard of water poltergeist before, but it seems to fit the situation. So I tried asking my daughter more questions, and I wasn't getting answers. So my 8-year-old took it upon herself to ask more questions while they were playing. My daughter said she plays with Ida through her memories, and that Ida is real, regular person. Another thing, I showed her the pictures again, and she wasn't sure who Ida or Sarah were right away. She said, "Who were they again?" She recognised them, but didn't know who they were right away. Once I told her, she knew though. I believe it may be because she hasn't seen Ida in a while, and Ida showed herself as a child to my daughter, and the pictures are of adults. Although the first time I showed her the pictures months ago, she knew who Ida was right away, and when shown Sarah, she said, "That's me." So my daughter just turned 4 years old. About a year ago, she started talking about her friend Ida all the time. I thought she was just playing and using her imagination. She never actually would play with the friend in front of anyone though. She would just tell me about her friend, who she apparently met at her nana's great-grandmother on her father's side house. I never really thought too much of it at first. One day, we were pulling into a Walmart parking lot, and my daughter pointed towards an apartment building next door and said, "That's where my friend Ida died." I was like, what the fuck? I tried to ask her what she meant by that, but she just repeated it and then changed the subject, as a toddler often does. I was weirded out, but again just shrugged it off. A few months later, we were pulling into the same parking lot, and she said it again. That's when I knew it wasn't a normal toddler imagination. It was just too strange. I tried to ask her more about Ida when she would bring her up, but couldn't get any real answers. She really only brought Ida up occasionally, so it wasn't something she would talk about all day, every day. It all came to a head one day when my daughter's stepmom texted me asking me if I knew about my daughter's friend Ida. I said I did, and she told me that she has been talking about Ida Carter and her sister Sarah, and she decided to Google their names. She found a record of the sisters with pictures and sent them to me. The girl who was Sarah looked exactly like my daughter, only a young adult instead. They have the same big black eyes and black hair, the same features. They look related for sure. The girl Ida looked exactly like my oldest daughter also. It was seriously weird. But the icing on the cake was that there was also a picture of their mother, whose name was Betsy Lawson, the last name of my kid father's grandparents. The last name of my kid's nana, whose house my daughter had apparently met Ida at. And the thing that gave us no doubt about it was the same picture of the mother that we found online was hanging in their nana's house. The grandfather, who would have known these relatives, passed away years ago, so we couldn't ask him about them. I asked their nana, and she doesn't know who they are. Ida, Sarah, and Betsy are all deceased. Ida passed away in the 1970s. I'm completely convinced that my daughter has communicated with Ida's spirit, and almost believe that she may have been Sarah in a past life. The one thing that is strange is that my daughter says Ida is a little girl just like her, but Ida died as an adult. There's no doubt that the people we found online are related to my kids and their father. They have distinct features that make it even more convincing My daughter has said many things that have made me believe she can see things beyond this realm, but this one is by far the most unexplainable. I'm convinced my daughter's ancestors have communicated with her. My in-laws wanted to have a getaway trip, just for the weekend. We all live in South Carolina, right on the border near Georgia. My in-laws are fans of bed and breakfast type places. Typically, the best ones to go on vacation are in Charleston, South Carolina, but that's a 4-hour drive they didn't feel like making. They found a historical house in Raboon Gap, Georgia, called the York House Inn, that was made into a bed and breakfast years ago. It was only an hour-and-a-half drive, and was reasonably priced. They left on a Friday and arrived at the inn around the middle of the afternoon. The inn is L-shaped and has 2 floors. A balcony is on each floor and goes the full length of the front of the inn. No one was at the hotel except a man working the front desk. They said the inside was quaint and, although old, had a rustic feel that was nice. The man behind the desk didn't have a lot of emotion to him and didn't speak much. Not unusual, but a little off-putting. They were brought to their room and the man left. My mother-in-law got an instant uneasy feeling. She didn't say anything to my father-in-law because she didn't want to start anything or make a big deal out of it, but she definitely didn't want to be in the room, so she suggested they go out on the balcony. The balcony had many wooden rocking chairs on it. My mother-in-law said she kept looking out of the corner of her eye and felt like someone was sitting next to her, but every time she looked, there was no one there. They sat there for maybe an hour or so, then went to dinner. My mother-in-law said the creepy feeling went away while they were gone, but instantly came back when they were back at the inn. My mother-in-law had my father-in-law go down to get her purse from the car. While there, my father-in-law said he kept getting the feeling like he was being watched from an upstairs window. Of course, every time he looked, there was no one there. It was around 9 p.m. by this time. When he returned to the room, my mother-in-law finally broke her silence and said, "I'll stay here the night, but I know I'm not going to sleep at all if I do." My father-in-law, who was also getting a really creepy vibe but not saying anything, decided that they would leave and go home at 9 p.m. at night. As they were going downstairs, they came upon the man working there, and his hand was held out already, like he was expecting them to come down and give them the key to their room. They drove an hour and a half into the night, back home. My mother refused to bring any belongings that were in the room in their house, and ended up throwing her coach purse away because she was so creeped out.
I have this weird thing that happened in 2015. I still, to this day, can't fully figure it out. I was sleeping, and in my dream, I was watching myself sleep clear as day. Not so odd, right? I've heard about that happening before. Now, the next part of the story is truly odd. The next morning, when I woke up, my mum had mentioned to me that she went to the bathroom while she was watching TV. My bedroom door was open that night, and she said that she saw a shadow standing over me, like it was watching me sleep. She thought it was odd, but went to the bathroom and back to watching TV. I then told her what I was dreaming about the night she had seen that. She was shocked, and we both still can't figure it out. What do you think it was? Was it me? As in my spirit? Or could it have been something else, like a ghost of some sort? We've had many run-ins with ghosts in this house. This house was built in the early 1800s, and we've lived here for 25 years now, and have had many odd, weird run-ins with ghosts. I've also used a ghost box and got some weird stuff and direct answers to questions that 5 or 6 people all heard at the same time. So I moved in here 2 years ago, on Halloween. I'm going to quickly go through things that have happened. Please note, I live alone with my cat. There used to be a smallish shower curtain rod on my shower, and one of the first nights after I moved in, that rod had been pulled up and off the shower. Hard to explain without pictures, but you would have needed to push up on the rod for it to have come off. My cat was shut in the closet overnight. Random things will be out of place or moved slightly. This has only happened a handful of times. However, last night at around 1:30 a.m, I woke up to a loud noise in my room and thought my shelf of nail polishes fell or something, because that has happened and it's loud. However, when I turned on the light, I discovered a small square table I have was pushed out from against the wall where I literally always have it. My cat hates my office. Anytime I'm in there, he'll come in, no matter what he's doing, and sit and stare at me and meow until I leave and then go back to sleep somewhere. My upstairs neighbours used to live here and said their daughter always hated sleeping in her room. One time, I swear I hadn't touched the stove. It was first thing in the morning, and I have a smoothie for breakfast every day and don't usually use the stove until like dinner time. But I was sitting watching TV and started smelling gas. I went to the stove and one of the burners was turned just enough that the gas was leaking. Let me also say I've never felt threatened by whoever or whatever is living here, except for the time with the stove. I was scared mostly because of what had happened when I wasn't home. My cat probably would not still be here with me. However, I have noticed that the most activity happens when I'm going through something difficult emotionally. And I'm wondering if this is actually technically poltergeist activity. The first few months I moved in, and I had a bunch of experiences. I was really stressed about having just moved and needing to find a new job in a new place, a new city, new everything. The time with the stove, I was feeling very depressed and suicidal. Last night with the table in my room being pushed. Right now, I'm dealing with childhood trauma stuff in therapy, and it is no fun because I've honestly never dealt with it until now. But generally, there's a lot of negative emotions I'm working through right now. A little background. Growing up in my parents' house, we had the largest cemetery in town, directly behind our house. To give a picture, there was my house with a 6-foot wooden fence and then a copse of pine trees, which was cemetery land, the area that the cemetery vaults were retained, and then the cemetery itself. The man who originally built the house had put in a gate in the back of the fence because his business was abutted to the cemetery property. But when he and his wife divorced, he sold the house. But there were 2 paths that led from that gate, one to his business and one to the cemetery itself. In this cemetery, there are over 3,000 graves, most of them with flat plaques. Very uniform and neat, with a few headstones, a couple mausoleums, and few private burial sites that require a key. Also, several of my family members are buried there. My great-grandparents, great-uncles, aunts, uncles, and cousins. This is about my great-grandma, who died of a broken heart 6 months after my great-grandfather died. She would be at our house all the time after he passed. My father and mother are diligently taking care of her. She was in her 80s, and I didn't realise what a treasure she was at the time, since I was in 5th grade. She would often take naps in my room, meaning that I would have to give up my privacy and hang out with my family when my introverted self wanted to be alone. Then, one day, my mom was in the kitchen crying because great-grandma had been in the hospital, but I didn't know it was serious. She had died of a heart attack, but really, it was a broken heart. She had never been that ill, but her health took a sudden turn for the worst when she lost her mate. The other thing about my great-grandmother, she was a stickler for cleaning up. She took pride in her house being clean. After she passed, I guess she decided that she liked our house the best. My mom always had a cup of tea in the morning and afternoon. She'd put the mug she used in the morning near the stove so she could reuse it in the afternoon. We'd all of a sudden start finding it near the sink with water in it. Also, beds that were unmade would be made, especially mine, since great-grandma would nap in my bed. I never heard the tap of the sink go off, but I did often hear the clink of the mug hitting the counter. There was only ever one mug broken. This phenomena was still going on, not as much, until my parents' house was decimated by a tornado. The house is being rebuilt on the same property. We hope that great-grandmother's ghost hasn't been too disturbed. This is a story from when my brother and I were kids, visiting the Philippines, where our parents came from Inilocos, Luzon. We were elementary school age at that time, and so is that memory. This area is very country, with rice fields and such. There were rarely any buildings higher than 1 story. The street the family home was on was dirt and unnamed. Our older cousins made my brother and I some slingshots. I loved that thing. It was made from the branches of some trees and elastic bands from a vulcanizing shop. After terrorizing the local animals, I got in trouble, and so I found this big discarded metal vegetable oil can for target practices. I set up the oil can on top of a small table and put it in front of this bamboo clump. It made a nice loud metallic clunk noise, so we had a blast, until some older cousins came along. They said we probably shouldn't be shooting there because a duende lived in that bamboo clump. Being a little know-it-all city punk, I decided to ignore them. Besides, I was having fun. My little brother, of course, decided to follow my lead. Nothing happened until the following morning. My memory is also a little spotty, and you'll soon understand why. I woke up with a really bad fever. I remember profusely sweating and having a pounding headache. I felt so weak I had a hard time moving unassisted. I couldn't even sit up. I remember my shirt being changed frequently. I was sweating so bad. I remember old women crowding into the room and praying over me. I remember candles with the Virgin Mary being in it. I remember being hit with big leaves. They might be mullein leaves. I remember being made to drink this dark, reddish, aromatic tea. I remember being carried to the bathroom to bathe in the same dark, reddish, aromatic tea. Then I remember one morning feeling absolutely fine. It was as if nothing happened. I don't know how long I was sick. It may have been days. It may have been just 24 hours, one and done. I don't remember. As for my brother, he didn't get sick, but one of his eyes got severely swollen. It was like he was smuggling a cue ball behind that thing. He said it didn't hurt when I asked him. His vision wasn't impaired, but boy did that thing get huge. No one really knew what to make of it, and were kind of freaking out until Grandpa came to the rescue. He came with this small vial of rose oil that he put on top of the swollen area. The following morning, it was completely gone. Our grandpa said he went to the bamboo clump with the rose oil and asked the duende for forgiveness for his dumbass grandsons. He prayed there for hours until he felt like something happened, and that's when he came back with the rose oil. At least, that's what people said when I asked when I got older. They also said my brother's eye got swollen because he accidentally hit the duende in the eye while we were doing our target practice. Even though this happened decades ago and that bamboo clump no longer exists, I still treat that area with reverence and respect. I will greet and say my farewells to the duende every time I pass through there, because you never know. And it's the right thing to do. I want to say I believe in the paranormal. I had some previous strange experiences and I read tarots. I couldn't, however, explain what happened. It was summer 2021. I was sleeping in, but felt the urge to go to the bathroom, so I got up. I remember checking the time on my phone, and it was 7:43 a.m. I went to the bathroom, which is next door to my bedroom, asked my mum, who was there doing the laundry, to exit the bathroom, doing my business, seeing a cockroach, exit the bathroom, telling my mum about the cockroach, and then I went back to bed. I want to say I suffer from a lot of sleep problems, and I usually feel very sleepy during the morning, but not that time. I was feeling restless and energetic, but I forced myself to calm down and fall back asleep. Obviously, I had trouble falling back asleep, but since I suffer from insomnia, I have some methods I can use. When I noticed they weren't working, I checked the time again, and surprise, surprise, it was still 7:43 a.m, down to the dot. That freaks me out, but I try to stay calm. I checked the time on Google to see if my phone was having a glitch or something, but it gave me the same result. I think that at least 10 minutes passed between my waking up and my checking on the time. After forcing myself to relax, I managed to fall back asleep. Later in the morning, I asked my mum if she felt anything out of the ordinary, but she said no. She also told me that all of our house electronics were working just fine. I don't do drugs, never once did in my life, and carbon monoxide poisoning isn't a possibility. Back in university days, I lived in a small 3-bedroom apartment with 2 other roommates. My apartment was on the topmost floor of the building, and also the last room on the floor. It's numbered 707. Our only neighbour is 706, which has been vacant for a while, so our side of the building is very quiet and sparse of people in general. There are 3 bedrooms which are adjoined in an upside down L shape. 1 room in the middle, 1 room to the left of it, and another room below it. For ease of storytelling, I will call it the middle room, bottom room, and left room. My own room is the bottom room. To be noted, these are Japanese rooms and buildings, so wooden flooring, sliding doors, sliding closet inside the room, thin wood panel, wall between rooms. The left room and middle room both had heavy sliding doors. Between the middle room and my bottom room, there was a hollow space that is a pretty large closet with sliding doors as well. It's the closet where you fold and store futons and such. The story happened on a summer vacation. The owner of the middle room had been away for a few days and wouldn't be back until the new semester started. One night, The owner and I were chilling in each of our rooms. Left room over, we'll call her Lefty, was supposed to leave for summer vacation in a week and had been packing. I kept hearing loud thuds and sounds of something heavy hitting the wall and floor, but I ignored it because I assumed she was packing. About 11 at night, Lefty texted me, "Yumi, are you okay? Are you sick?" I was confused. Lefty continued, "I keep hearing someone sneezing and coughing. Isn't that you?" I said, "No, I've been quiet this entire time. Isn't it you who's been moving around and packing boxes?" Lefty said, "What? I haven't been packing anything at all today. I've been on my bed, playing with my phone the entire time." Immediately, I put down my headset and laptop and just sat straight on my bed, looking at the text on my phone, feeling somewhat disturbed. About 5 minutes later, Lefty came to my room and we both sat together, confirming with each other what we heard. She heard someone sniffling and sneezing. I heard thuds and the sound of someone on the floor, like the sound of boxes or something pushed against the floor. We sat in silence in my room and the sound came again, thuds and knocks. Looking at each other, we figured it out. She thought the sound came from me. I thought it came from her. In between our two rooms, the common space is the unoccupied middle room. There was knocking, thuds, sounds of boxes moving, and there was the sound of footsteps for sure. It sounded like a very active person inside the room the entire night. Neither one of us wanted to go check, so we tried to ignore it and just slept it through. Fast forward to morning. Lefty is an early riser, while I don't wake up until 9 or 10. My bed is on the right side of the door, but I sleep facing the door. I just woke up and I heard loud footsteps from outside my room, like someone was running, and I saw a short shadow passing through the cracks of my slightly open door. It took my sleepy brain a while to process this. Running footstep sounds is very common because my room is beside the front door, so every school day my roommates would make this commotion outside my door when they're going out of the house. However, the first thing I finally noticed, this is summer vacation. Who would be running in a rush like this in the hallway? The second thing, that shadow looked too short to be my roommate. It's the height of a child. The third, I can see the shadow through the cracks of my slightly open door. Who opened my door? I don't sleep with my door open. Feeling scared, I immediately texted Lefty and asked where she was. She said she had left the house since 7:30 a.m. because it's Sunday church and currently she's about to get lunch. She didn't open my door nor touched my room, and it was closed when she left. I immediately got up and ran out of the house to meet Lefty and told her about this morning. We decided to drag another friend and asked him to help us check our apartment to see if there's anyone or something. The three of us walked into the apartment and towards the middle room. We noticed something weird. The door was slightly opened. It was a sliding door and quite heavy, so there's no way it can open by itself. We confirmed that neither me nor Lefty had touched that door since the owner left last week. It was always closed. Our friend opened the room and we immediately felt chills. He asked where we heard the sound coming from, and I said from my room. It sounded like it came very close, right on the wall connected between my bottom room and this middle room. That's when we realised. The wall connected between my room and this middle room, where we heard all the activity, it was inside the closet. I live in Puyallup, tribal land, and I've heard of Wendigos and skinwalkers, etc. I was on my way home in an area where sometimes the unhoused hang out, so when I saw this thing crossing the road, my brain tried to rationalise it as an unhoused person behaving and looking really weird. A few seconds later, my eyes caught up to my brain, and I just knew that wasn't an unhoused person. The details of what it looked like are too strange. It jumped on the road ahead, probably 10 yards or so in front of me, and began running from my left to my right. It was running from the sidewalk of a parking lot into the front of the local dishes building, where had it been a person, and at the speed it was going, I would have been able to see them on my right. It was hunched, about the size of an Irish wolfhound, or slightly bigger, and it looked to be running either on all four limbs, or so hunched that its long arms almost touched the road. It wore a cape, or long coat, which covered its body except for the hands, which were long and spindly. This cape thing was light brown, almost looked like it was made out of fur. The worst part was the head. I saw that super clearly. It was a big head with a long snout, kind of like the aforementioned wolfhound, with shaggy brown hair dangling on one side. And I could clearly see a long mouth, like long, slightly open, and I could see teeth. I saw its eyes. It was shiny, almost reflective, and orange-ish. It ran fast. It dangled its arms, and as I drove by, I slowed down to look. Nothing was there. I have a dash cam, so I thought for sure I could check it. Quality is crap, because my glass is dirty. I tried to crop those 2 minutes so I could get a clear view. There is a very bright car light coming towards me on the opposite side of the road that would have for sure been blocked by a person or animal running across it. So, I'm over here trying to email it to myself and it won't send. I'm trying to save it and it won't save. So, now what? Am I cursed? There isn't much out there, and I'm not sure what to do. I've never told anyone about this, because I do not believe in the paranormal. I always thought it was bullshit. Honestly, I still don't believe it, but since this event, I still do not understand if it was real, or if my mind projected something weird for a few minutes. This situation happened 4 years ago. It was January, and I was alone in my apartment in the summer, but my parents would come home for a visit in a few hours. It was too hot and almost night, and I had the great idea of taking a cold shower. Since there was nobody, I didn't close the door to the bathroom, but the shower glass door was closed all the time. While I was taking a shower, I saw something walk in front of me outside the bathroom. This thing went to the left and to the right 4 times. The first time, I thought that could be my imagination, but the second time, the figure passed through the bathroom. I turned off the shower and yelled, "Anybody there?" I thought it was my parents, but nobody answered. The figure made the same trajectory. Right, left, right, left. The 4th figure stopped outside the bathroom and it was looking at me for 10 to 15 seconds. Then the figure went to the left and I opened the door. I yelled again, but nobody answered. I got out of the bathroom and walked to each part of the apartment. Nobody was at home. Only me. Sometimes this situation gives me shivers. About 2 years ago, I fled a house I was assaulted in, took my savings, and drove up and down the majority of the East Coast. I went south to Florida, and as I started working my way back, I started wondering if I should head west. I've always wanted to go west. In Washington, D.C., I was outside the Walmart. A woman passed me, and several minutes later came back to ask me if I believed in Jesus. She said the Spirit had told her to come back to talk to me, to tell me that I need to turn around. I thanked her for the message. Later that night, I was headed north again. Laurel, Maryland. A man approached me and told me that I was going the wrong way, that I needed to turn around. He said very little else. Waterville, Maine. A man approached me to ask for a lighter. We smoked in silence, side by side, a few moments before he spoke. He said, "I'm God's third messenger. God says you are going the wrong way. If you do not turn around, you will die." I did not continue further north or head west. I went back to a town I knew had plenty of resources, got a job, and saved just enough money to repair a series of car issues as they happened. It's been some time since these three strangers all approached me with similar messengers, but the last one sends tingles down my spine still. I feel kind of like a crazy person asking for this, but it doesn't feel like these things are a coincidence. What exactly did I experience? I think about this a couple of times a year, and I've looked it up, but never find anything similar. This happened a few years ago. One night, my now wife and I were driving back from Sonic. We lived in a very old, very small town in West Texas. It was raining, but not heavily. Puddles on the ground, wet enough that it would be weird for someone to be walking around. On top of that, there's lots of roads with little or no lighting, so lots of the roads are mostly dark at night. We were driving down one such road when this happened. As my wife and I were driving, I looked to my right and saw what I can only describe to be a faceless man. Not deformed, but faceless. His face was white, or really, all of him looked white. He looked almost like a blur. His arms seemed impossibly long, almost down to the ground. And were moving in just an unnatural way. Arms swinging back and forth aimlessly, but also very fast. The best I can describe this man's movements is that he looked like he was glitching. We weren't moving fast, probably 25 miles per hour, because we were in a residential area. I looked at him long enough that I had time to wonder what I was looking at before he went out of my view. For a second, I even wondered if someone was using a weed whacker or doing yard work. But of course not. It was 9 p.m. and raining. I said nothing to my wife, assuming my eyes had just played tricks on me. It was dark. Maybe the rain blurred the window. I didn't know. A couple hours later, my wife asked me if I noticed the man on the side of the road that had no face. Still, the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. Anyone know what this might be called? Or anyone who's had a similar experience? It's 4 a.m. and I can't sleep because this is clogging up my mind, and my boyfriend isn't home to talk to about it as he's at work. I'm a skeptic. I don't believe in God, the afterlife, ghosts, or anything else paranormal. But a couple of months ago, I had an experience that rattled my usual mantra of there is always a logical explanation, and it's had me questioning my lifelong perception. I'd gone on a camping trip with my partner, and we were sleeping in a tent close to a riverbank, following a day of fishing. There was a little rain about, but nothing to worry us. There was no reception there to check the weather, but that was what we'd gone to this particular area for. Just us getting away for a week alone. I was dreaming, and my mother, who passed away, appeared out of nowhere and grabbed me in quite a panic. "Wake up and go home now!" she screamed at me and shook me quite violently. I could even feel her fingernails scratching my chest in my dream, where she grabbed me on the collared shirt I was wearing. The shrill of her voice and the look in her eyes caused me to jolt awake in a huff, and I woke my partner up with my panic and sudden movement. It was about 1 a.m. My partner asked me if I was okay, because I was actually quite upset and rattled. I could feel a slight stinging pain in my chest, and thinking that I'd been bitten by an ant or spider while I was sleeping, I grabbed the lantern we had in the tent and turned it on to see 6 fresh, identical scratch marks. 3 on either side of my chest on my skin, where I'd dreamt that my mother had scratched me when she'd grabbed me in the dream. "Where did you get those?" my boyfriend asked me. I was more than a little freaked out. The scratches hadn't drawn blood, but they were quite red and noticeable. I had a nightmare that Mum grabbed me and screamed at me to wake up and go home. I dreamt that she scratched me there, I replied, still very confused, and looking for another explanation for the scratches amongst our blankets. I don't believe in this stuff, but my boyfriend does, and he jumped up, dragged me out of the tent, and threw our belongings and tent into the back of the car as quickly as he could in a jumbled mess. As we drove the 3.5 hours home mid-holiday, all while I tried to convince him that it was just a bad dream and we should go back and live out the rest of our holiday. The next afternoon, my partner practically dragged me into his office to show me on his computer that the area where we'd been sleeping in our tent had been hit by a sudden rise in floodwaters, and the riverbank that we'd been camping on was at least 3 meters underwater. And he explained to me that the waters had apparently risen within an hour of us leaving. I've refused to talk to him about it or admit to him that it's got me rattled and lost for an explanation. But he recently talked me into visiting my mother's grave to thank her for saving our lives. We mowed the lawn and left fresh flowers. I'm hoping that sharing this experience with someone that isn't hell-bent on getting me to admit that this stuff exists will allow me to focus and get some sleep at last. This all happened back in 1985 and 1986, but these are things that my friend and I will never forget. I was working the summers at an old retreat in the North Carolina mountains with about 50 other young adults. It was great fun. While the place had lots of modern buildings, it was ruled over by a hulking white building built in 1912. I think it's important to note that most of the building is just an extension of the mountain itself. It was built using the trees from right where it stands, as well as the rocks and boulders used for the foundation. It's 3 stories, but really 5, counting the basement and the attic full of bats. It was great watching them pour out of there every night. Front of the building is an enormous portico with white columns stretching up all 3 stories. That porch is full of rocking chairs from which you can see a majestic view of the Smoky Mountains. But the back of that building is where we worked. The back of the building was hugged by two large wings, forming a U-shape back there. We entered our housekeeping facilities via a fire escape that stretched straight up to the second floor rear entrance. A single green metal door. The door was one I knew well. Housekeeping was my department for 3 summers, and even though this was now just the end of the first summer, I was well acquainted with it. It was big, green, metallic, and heavy as shit. With a pull on the outside and a bar to push on the inside to open it. It did not stay open. In fact, fire regulations required it to stay closed at all times, and it was engineered to shut automatically. So of course, during the summer, with no air conditioning in the building, we kept it propped open with a full bucket of water during the day. Regulations be damned. A few nights before we all left, we were cleaning our dorms and trying to turn it into a party, when we all ran out of cleaning supplies. So around 9 o'clock at night, my best friend and I drive our lazy asses down to the back of the building. It was only a short distance, but there was a very steep incline we didn't want to walk. I parked my car right in front of the stairs, and we got out. At this point, we both began to feel odd. The air was still and stuffy, and I felt positively enveloped by this building. Standing in the middle with those massive wings rising around us. The building was completely dark, and since we had been shutting it down for winter, it was already locked up tight. My friend had been with me earlier in the day when I had locked that door, the one at the top of the stairs. As we climbed the stairs, I felt positively oppressed and had to stop. My friend did too. I told him I was scared, and he admitted the same. I had never felt scared of this building before, and I had spent plenty of time in it alone, exploring the basement and attic. We passed slowly forward again, and a few steps up, I literally felt an icy chill down my spine. I know it's a stupid cliche, but I've never felt anything like it before or since. Like someone pressed an icicle down the length of my spine. Finally, we reached the top of the stairs, and the instant I put my foot on the top landing, that frickin' door swung open wide and stood open for us, revealing the short entranceway bathed in the red light of the exit sign. I've never been more scared of anything in my life. I get freaked out about it now, 37 years later. We both just stood there completely stunned, for what felt like minutes, before I completely freaked out. Started screaming incoherently and scrambled down the steps, jumping way too many on the way down. We both ran up the steep incline, yelling and screaming, leaving my car behind. Everyone came down and searched the building with us. It was empty, of course, and the door was shut fast and locked when we got back. No one could have pushed that door open and run away without us hearing them. The floors squeaked when you walked on them, and someone running would have been very loud. I have looked at this from every angle I can think of, but I still have no explanation for what happened. I worked there for 3 more summers in that building and have more stories. My friends stayed to work through the winter one year and saw the Hat Man in the same building.
Falling toys. The earliest thing I can remember that really freaked me out about my house was the reoccurring experience of soft toys that I put away on top of my wardrobe suddenly falling to the floor. I would notice that a toy had definitely been on top of my wardrobe before I went to bed. Would be on the floor when I woke up the next morning. Being a very young kid, it did freak me out. But I didn't really understand ghosts or anything, so I just kind of laughed it off, thinking it was the wind or poor placement of the toys. But as this became more common, I became more unsettled. I remember once when I heard a soft thud. I turned to see a toy hedgehog now on the floor. I was fed up at this point, and so I picked up the toy and said to the empty air, "If that was you, do it again." Nothing happened, so I brushed it off and tried to go on. I told my younger sister about what had been happening, and we both laughed about it. I had asked if she had had any similar experiences, but she said no. The last time I can remember a toy falling from my wardrobe was the worst of all. My sister had a friend over for a sleepover, and she had told her friend about the weird experiences. Their friend had asked to see it, so they came to my room. All three of us stood near the doorway, and I noticed the hedgehog on the floor again. I called out once again to the empty air, "If there's someone here, knock a toy off the wardrobe." We all waited in silence until suddenly there was a soft thud and a toy had fallen. I don't remember much of what I was thinking. All I remember was hearing someone scream and running out of my room. The toy hasn't fallen off of the wardrobe since. Sounds in the night. The next thing I remember happening in my house was a collection of small, unsettling things that happened in the middle of the night. I've always had trouble sleeping, so it was not uncommon for me to be awake long into the night when everyone else was asleep. It was during these unsettled nights that I would hear and experience a lot of things that I couldn't explain. The most common thing I remember happening was various creaks and sounds of people moving around. It wasn't unusual for my floorboards to creak, but they would only creak when people were walking around. But every time I'd check to see if anyone was up and moving, they'd all still be fast asleep, and my sister's door would still be closed. There were also many occurrences of my hearing the sounds of scratching at my door if it was closed. This wasn't something that worried me, as we'd always owned cats, so I would just go and open the door to let them in. However, on multiple occasions, I opened the door to an empty corridor with no cats even upstairs. That never sat right with me. The most disturbing and unexplainable thing that happened in the night was something I'll never forget. It had been a completely normal night. I had fallen asleep moderately easily, but a few hours later I woke back up and couldn't get back to sleep. I was frustrated, but so young that I didn't have a phone to keep me entertained, so I sat doing nothing until I could fall back asleep. However, before I could even get tired, a loud crash sound came through my room. I looked up frantically to see a small yellow ball bouncing on my floor, like it had just been thrown into my room. I was terrified. I picked up the ball and ran into the corridor, expecting to see maybe my sister or my mum. But the house was silent. My parents were fast asleep, and my sister's door was closed. For context, my sister always closes her door at night, and we always know when a door opens because her door has always been unbearably loud when opening. It creaks and floods the entire house with noise, so I knew immediately she had not left her room that night. Moving doors. Another common occurrence in my house that still happens to this day is doors opening and closing without any wind or human influence. The most notable instance of this was one day where I was washing my hands and suddenly the bathroom door swung closed. I looked up in panic and watched as the door began to swing open and closed. I shouted out to see if anyone was on the landing, but my family were all downstairs. I cautiously turned around and called out for whatever was there to prove itself by closing the door. After a few seconds' pause, the door slammed shut and I screamed, quickly opening the door and running out of the bathroom. Once I had calmed down, I went back to the bathroom, thinking it might have been the wind. But to my horror, the window was closed tight. Ouija board sessions. For Christmas one year, I asked for a Ouija board. I was a weird kid. I used the board a few times with family in locations other than my own house. I had never been confident enough to use it in my home. Knowing the already concerning experiences I had had over the years, I was too scared to risk communicating with whatever may be living in the house. But one night, I decided that I felt brave enough to use the board in my house. It was around 2 a.m. I got the board out ready and opened it, using the safest methods I knew. I sat with my fingers resting on the planchette for a few minutes. I was too scared to ask anything. It felt like all of my courage from moments ago had vanished into thin air. I sat in tense silence for a few minutes before finally asking a question. "Is there anyone who would like to communicate?" I asked quietly, not wanting to wake the others in my house. Almost instantaneously, the planchette slid across the board. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I hadn't expected a response, especially not one this quickly. I tried to quell my building panic as the planchette flew across the board and sat firmly on yes. I sucked in a sharp breath and tried to think of what to ask next. "What's your name?" I asked, more cautiously. No response. How old are you?" Still nothing. I asked a few more questions, still to no avail. I had got one explicit response and then nothing more. Not even a shift. The planchette sat completely motionless on yes. Feeling defeated, I shut down the board. However, I couldn't just leave it like that. I had an uneasy feeling brewing in my stomach. I sat and contemplated what to do for a while before deciding to reopen the board and try again. I repeated the opening process and got ready to ask the questions again, this time with more determination. "Is anyone there who would like to communicate?" I asked once again. The planchette flew to yes, this time with more force. I had to swallow back a yelp at the action. I repeated the same questions from the previous session, and still I received no response, apart from the first response. My blood ran cold. I felt as if there was a looming presence in the room, watching my every move, but I couldn't see anyone. I closed the board frantically and hid it behind my bed. The feeling of pure terror didn't leave. I didn't fall asleep that night. I've never used that board in my room since. Sometimes when I see it in the corner of my eye, I can still feel that terrifying presence looming over my shoulder. So since I was little, I've always been very curious about the paranormal, and also obsessed with the story my mother told me about one of her experiences at her old job. Until 2 years ago, I had never had any experience, but the activity has increased. My first ever experience was in the middle of a class where I felt someone touch me on the back several times, but it couldn't be any of my classmates because I was in the back. From that day on, I've had several things happen to me in my house. I've heard very uncommon names in the country where I'm from. There have been objects thrown. I feel like I'm being watched and stuff like that. But there are 4 occasions I can't forget. 1. I've seen an old lady going from my bathroom to my parents' room. I've actually talked with my parents and Uncle Aunt about this, and my aunt told me that it fit the description of my great-grandmother. 2. I heard a male screaming, "Get out," when I was going to go back to sleep. 3. So everyone knows the Shadow Man and stuff. I saw a tall, skinny man, completely white, almost like he was made of light. He was just standing on my doorway looking at me. I didn't feel safe at all. 4. This one happened pretty recently. So I think about 5 days ago, I asked my mum about the place in which she had the experience I talked about in the start, because I always had an image come into my mind when I thought about it. I was basically asking her, "Oh, was there a large dark table made out of wood?" And she looked kind of surprised and just confirmed everything I asked. I never saw a photo of the place, so I was just kind of in shock. Little backstory. I've been able to see things to a certain degree since I was young. Witchcraft runs in my family. I played a Ouija board before when I was 14, now 18. There's a shadow man and a female spirit that is like my bedroom. These spirits like to turn on my fan. The fan has a button that turns it on. Nothing else can turn it on. This happened last night, around 2:30 to 2:44 a.m. I'd come back from the hospital at around 1:30 and fell asleep next to my partner. I woke up and there was a face about 4 to 6 inches away from mine that I could fully see in my dark bedroom. It looked Caucasian, blue eyes, bald, no eyebrows or facial hair. I could also feel the bed sink down as if someone was over top of me, holding themselves up. It spoke calmly. You need to get up. It got off and stood by my laundry basket about 3 feet away from the foot of my bed. I felt it get off the bed as my bed rose and moved. My partner was still sound asleep. As it stood by my basket, he said it again. You need to get up. I could only see its face as the rest of him was completely black, and no physical features could be made out. I asked what, but it didn't say anything back. I sat up, and a few seconds after that, it was gone. I went back to sleep after a few minutes, and nothing else happened for the rest of the night. For some context to us moving, me and my family were moving between states with our 2 dogs. We stopped in Tombstone, Arizona, and were staying there for the night. At some point in the day, a man sitting on a bench across the street from a store stops us and says to look up to a window because you could see a silhouette of a ghost. I was the only one who didn't see it. Later on, we went to our hotel, and the next morning, my brother and mom both said that they woke up in the middle of the night in sleep paralysis and saw a figure in our room. Fast forward some, we get to our new house for a few years, eventually get a 3rd dog, and while living here, the others claim they saw some paranormal events. Some at home, some out around town, or off the side of roads. Again, I never saw or felt the presence of anything. So finally, we're moving to our current residence. This is when I absolutely experienced something paranormal. Before I say what I felt, I'll talk about what I didn't have. Our 3 dogs weren't with us at the time. They were either at a pet hotel or at an apartment one of my parents was at, due to work, and they moved here before the rest of us. I cannot recall whether we had slept in our current house at this point. I know for certain that we had only just begun unpacking, and I only had my bed unpacked. We didn't have Wi-Fi. There was nothing for me to do at home, and even though I was a sophomore in high school, I didn't have my own cell phone. I hadn't even started attending my new school yet. So my parents and brother decided they wanted to go to a jiu-jitsu class. They already knew I didn't care to go, but they asked me one more time if I'd like to go just to watch. I once again declined. If I had the foresight to realize we didn't have Wi-Fi, I probably would have gone with them. I'm not too sure why my mother didn't leave her phone for me, because in my older house, this was something that happened a few times. It was already pretty late in the day. Alright, to the story. I'm now home alone, no dogs, no entertainment, no Wi-Fi, no phone. Well, I had a 3DS, but not my charger. I'm playing games for a bit when I notice it's about to die, and realize I left my charger in the car. My fun is now over. I can't recall what I'm doing, but for about 10 minutes I'm slowly getting bored. Something starts to feel off, but I brush it off as being in a new house all alone. It was a very quiet night. I was sitting on my bed listening to the echo of the highway a few miles out. Normally, I can't hear it when the AC turned on, but when it's turned off and dead quiet in my house, I can hear it. So the only things I can hear is the echo of a distant highway and the gentle ringing of oncoming tinnitus. Then I hear footsteps. It sounded like someone was walking on carpet. There's just this distinct noise to it. The door to my room was wide open, but even if it was closed, I would have heard footsteps. Even if I did close it, I couldn't lock it. Every doorway in my hall was open right now. I'm sitting there, frozen in place. What felt like a few minutes go by, and I hear footsteps. It's undeniable that I'm hearing footsteps. I slowly start to stand up and very cautiously make my way to the bathroom. When I walk out into my doorframe, the feeling that something is wrong starts to flood into me. I don't move at all. I'm just standing there waiting. When I hear a 3rd footstep, I quickly dart for the bathroom across the hall and close the door, locking it. For a few minutes, I didn't hear anything. Then I hear another footstep. This time, it immediately gets followed up by another one, and then another. I can roughly tell where it is, and I hear it walk up to the bathroom door. At this moment, I was convinced there was someone in the house. For the next few minutes, there would be quick bursts of footsteps, as if someone was speed walking between rooms, stopping for a minute and then moving to the next room. Sometimes it stopped in front of the bathroom door. It was like a louder, constant movement. This goes on for a few minutes. I knew that if there was a person in my house, I probably couldn't fight them off. For some reason, I decided to say, "Go away," the next time the footsteps came up to the door. At this point, I was getting annoyed while still very scared. There was a prolonged period of silence before it moved to another room. It comes back, and I go, "You better leave right now." Silence. It moves to another room. The final time I say something, I say, "Leave me alone," and it goes away. I could still hear it moving around the hall and going to different bedrooms, but it seemed to have stopped waiting at the bathroom door. It also was back to slower footsteps, as if someone was trying to be quiet. Eventually, the footsteps walked away, and sounded like they went somewhere else in the house. I quit hearing them for the remainder of the night. I was too scared of what happened and stayed in my bathroom. Overall, I think I heard someone walking for about 45-ish minutes. When my parents came home, they were gone for about 2.5-ish hours. I explained what happened and we checked the entire house, after which everyone claimed it must have been a ghost. They were all surprised at how shaky I was and that I looked pale. To this day, I'm still skeptical on what really happened. Never witnessed or heard anything paranormal like this by myself prior. For the past few years living here, others in my family have experienced and seen things, even footsteps. I haven't had any more encounters. My wife and I bought a house in the country, next to a Civil War battlefield in Northern Virginia. The original property was a 4,000-acre plantation that was subdivided into multiple smaller farms. The original plantation house of the 4,000-acre property was situated on our lot 15 yards behind the house, with all of its stone foundation, chimney, and well. Our house was built in the mid-80s by hand and by the previous owner, who worked for NASA and IBM, and passed away after a battle with cancer. We fell in love with this house and property. You could tell this was the man's life's work. After purchasing the house for a great price, we walked the property with his widow and oldest adult son. They walked the entire property and house with us. But what I found odd is that both the widow and son adamantly refused to enter the half-unfinished downstairs basement. Long story with too many experiences to list. My wife and I, over the course of 5 years, friends and family that stayed the night, all experienced poltergeist phenomena. From the TV changing itself to the NASA space station channel regularly, the cabinet slamming, footsteps heard throughout the house, an out-of-body sound of someone clear as day whistling, for a dog was heard by everyone regularly. Sometimes the whistling would be right over our shoulder, in our ear, like it was messing with us. Sometimes while you were in the shower. One time in the basement alone, I was painting the ceiling on a ladder, and I heard the double whistle right in my ear over my shoulder. So loud and clear, I jumped off the ladder, backed myself up against the wall to see what was coming. I was so freaked out, I actually ran out the back door to the backyard and went around the house to get back upstairs, instead of running through the basement to get to the stairs. I'm not an easily shaken man by any means whatsoever, but that was too much. My dog would always stare and bark at the top corner of the family room. He refused to go downstairs. I would pick him up and physically carry him downstairs to only have him sprint right back up and bark at us from the top of the stairs till we came back up. My wife has had a hand brush across the back of her neck multiple times. Sinks, lights turning on by themselves right in front of us. Keys and other important small things go missing to never be found again, no matter how hard we searched every inch of the house. I would wake up around 4:30 a.m. to go to work and would regularly find the same two doors leading out back towards the old plantation house wide open, with bugs and mosquitoes flying in for Lord knows how long. Maybe all night after we made sure to lock them every night. My mother-in-law was awoken one night by a man's voice asking her, "Who are you?" While living in a haunted house, you have no choice but to ignore the activity. We got used to it, and it would come and go in cycles. We never felt in a bad presence or saw any apparitions. We always figured it was the old owner, and would always joke to each other, "There goes Mr. Copper." But one day, I was home alone laying on the couch in broad daylight after a long day of work, when I heard a bang so loud that it actually shook the entire 3,000 square foot house, and it sounded like it came from our large attic. I immediately jumped up and thought one of the large oak trees around the house crashed through the roof. I sprinted outside to assess the damage, but the roof was completely fine on the trees. My second thought was that our AC units in the attic we had just replaced fell off the pedestals and crashed through the ceiling. I grabbed a flashlight and scoured the entire attic to find nothing wrong. Definitely no earthquake in the area, and no other neighbors felt anything. Seems like the activity in the house picked up 10 times towards the last month while we were there, getting the house ready to sell. It's been 2 years since we moved and had no activity since. But not a day goes by where I don't think about the strange activity in the house. Was just curious if anyone has had similar experiences, especially with unexplained house shaking bang. About 7 years ago, in my house, I began to have weird experiences we would call un duende, which is similar to a dwarf, goblin, or gnome. It first began as someone knocking the window of my parents' bathroom. They occurred at daytime. At first I thought it was the wind when it hit the window, but I tried an experiment recreating the sound, and it wasn't the same as the wind hitting the window. Some days later, I was walking outside in my yard and saw the line of flower pots we had. I began to see something rustling and running towards me in the pots. I ran inside my house and had my door slightly open from the dining room. I was looking at the door when I saw a small shadow figure with a point on its head, walking creepily until it had hid behind the cabinet there. I was mesmerized, so I decided to tell my brother about my events. He told me I was being dumb and crazy, even though he had heard the knockings in the window before. So one day, when the lights went out at night, he was using a cell phone flash to light. And when lighting his feet while walking, a shadow figure began to run between his legs and he screamed about it. Even sometimes he was outside and could see my dog crouch and growl at something, sometimes but nothing was there. Even once he was in the bathroom and heard the knocking and how something dropped off and stepped on the tank in the ground in front of the window, like if it was escaping from their mischief. Another day, I was just waking up in the morning and heard some whistling, like calling for attention. It was weird, because it was like if it came from outside, but you could hear it close. And it was like it came from the ambience. The major thing that happened is that one day, the house keys got lost. So my mom was angry and made us look for them. We looked for them all day and night and eventually let it go. The next day I went to college and received a call from my mom telling me she found the keys, and I asked her, where were they? She told me they were in the window outside of my bathroom. Did you put them there? I was shocked because neither my brother and I took the keys, and my mom was angry enough, so we also discarded the fact that she did it to prank us.